We are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Stream. You can be watching from anywhere around the country or the world on the Alien Lives. Now, this is a little bit later or earlier than the usual, but we are doing it. I was doing some things, but here I am. And most likely tomorrow, it'll be the normal schedule. All right, so here we are. And right here, we have, the flowers everybody likes to see. Hello, Odin. Glad to have you here. And yeah, I was certainly was looking at some stuff, and now I'm here. So, aloha, Carlos. Good to see you awake, because this is a very the latest or the earliest one we've done so far. Good morning, Joseph. Glad to have you here too. And yeah, good morning, Mindy. Always a pleasure to see you too. And yeah, we are doing our garden live very early right here. And yeah, so oh, hello, Saw Girl. Hello there. Any new cryptid finds? Well, yeah. So there is a cryptid over in Vietnam that seems to be of a reptilian origin that I found out about. And yeah, I'm finally here. So before I was looking at some cases from the internet where people were doing stunts and things of that nature, and the stunts went wrong because the people are doing too many risky things, and also some unsolved cases that happen in modern times, and from security camera footage, there's a woman that was assassinated who really didn't do anything to anybody, and they don't really know who did it, and it's kind of like you don't know who did what, or why. So I was looking at that. I was also now way before that I saw Mermaid's premiere. I've not seen that in a while. That was much, much earlier. After that, I went and looked at some of these cases. Because it's been a little while since I've looked into some of those cases, so it was nice to look at that again. And here I am. So that's it. Glad to see y'all here at this time. Is a little bit later than I usually do it. But it's nice to see everybody here. And there's a dude in China, and there's these people that will stand. There is scared. Yeah. So what I was doing was I was looking at some of these cases from I call them cases, but there's things that happened on the. Oh, by the way, Saw Girl, you didn't see me yesterday at the trial chat. So, uh, what happened yesterday was where the internet is. My family had some kind of problem with the new internet, where the guy hooked a. I'm from the Central Time, USA. Anyway, so what happened was there was this thing happened with they connected the TV to the internet, and they didn't want that, and they did an extreme. No, I didn't try Starlink, and they tried an extreme and took it out, and then they brought back the Timu internet. So I looked at the Timu internet, and it's still a Timu internet. So he was talking about still keeping the other one. It just wouldn't be hooked up to the TV. It was a bit of an extreme, but the guy shouldn't have done something with the TV. And I was dealing with that yesterday. That's why I wasn't at the trial area. And last night, I was looking at it was a little bit different, because I went live a little bit later. I'm from Planet Earth. Tall. I'm from Planet Earth. I was looking at some news and looked at some mystery cases in modern times. Yeah, yeah. And I saw Mermaid's premiere, the game she did. I wanted to see that because it's been a while since I've seen her do her games. But yes, as I said, I'm still alive. Oh, awesome! Gifting memberships. Shout out to you, Carlos. Thank you for gifting memberships. I am from a country too. I'm not on an island. I am in a country. Yeah, because it's kind of weird. It looks kind of like I'm on an island somewhere, but I talk with an American accent. Yeah, and in this situation, anyway. Yeah, I'm still alive. My channel wasn't censored. I was not taken out by a possum or a raccoon or a cat. I'm. Thank you for being concerned about me, Saw Girl. And I know you asked about me earlier when the verdict was happening. I got a message about that. But yeah, I'm okay. I just was dealing with some things and um oh, not but and doing some research on some things that I haven't done in a while. So, yeah. Now tomorrow, yeah, exactly, Cambodia. Exactly. You see, hair dog knows. This is clearly, this is Cambodia right here. Yeah. Carlos is right there in chat. I see him right there. Do you not see Carlos? Okay. Anyway, so yeah, I am okay. I'm alive. I am healthy and well, and the channel is still functional. So yeah, but thank you for your concern, Sabro. Yeah, tomorrow I should be doing the phone live much earlier than this. Juan jokes are on the horizon. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's the number one joke of the year. Yeah. And there was this yeah, there was this move that happened where the so I went to the house and him and I had a conversation and just the some of the network people in my city are just you know in the city in the island that I'm on. They just have some poor infrastructure from a catastrophe that happened. So that's why it's best to get things that are more advanced. Anyway. Okay, and as I said, yeah, that's the spooky. You don't know what's lurking in there. It could be anything. I mean, yes, yes. I'm glad I'm live too. Yeah, I didn't know who's going to be on here, but the regulars are here, so that's good. Yeah, Odin. Yeah, and it can be pretty. They can be cringe. Juan, Tiho, and Johnny Joe. Yaka. It's okay if you're gay. It doesn't bother me. You know that is fine for you. That's random, but interesting information. And yeah, I think it is really good to talk things out, and I was glad I got that resolved earlier because we want the streams on the computer to be perfect, and the new system has worked flawlessly with the computer lives, so that was good to do. Yeah, be respectful, chat. You know, they're just be cool, and that's the most important thing. Yeah, and in Mermaid's game, there was this part where she was going through this pool area, and it was kind of spooky, and they had these giant faces hanging on the wall. Exactly, Saw Girl. I agree. I agree. It's it's extremely silly what these people are doing. Right. And let's see. Oh, hello, Underboss. I like your new picture. And shout out to your son, Saw Girl. It's you see these trolls just they have no life in their basement, and they come up with the most foolish things. Hello, Destiny. Good morning to you. Yes. Wednesday. Oh yeah, Wednesday morning weekend near. Yeah, the weekend near. Yes, it would be close to the weekend. Definitely hump day. Yeah. 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 So I saw my grandpa. He was in his room, and it was pretty cool and nice. It's been a while since I've been in one of the rooms, and it was nice talk. Okay, and thank you, Alien. Finally put on after this time. It's all right, Destiny. It's all right. It's the the trolls are they're just trying to get attention. Thank you. Yeah, it's just they say these random things all over the place. Yeah. Okay, so girl, I'll tell you where I've been, which I thought I said it before, but I want to be more. I want to be very direct. I have not been in trial chat because I was dealing with something with the network, and also see. I got a call today as well, and one of my friends called in, and yeah, but I should be in the trial chat tomorrow. All right. Yeah, some of them are Mazda. Yeah. So that's yesterday when I heard that you wanted to know where I was from the verdict. Yeah, and I didn't know a verdict was going on, but thank you for asking about me. But everything is fine with me. So last night, what I did was I was doing some research on some news and some topics for the channel, and some of them involved some YouTube uh, things that happened that weren't streamers or people that were either involved in some missing cases or people that did some stunts that weren't pretty good and caused them a problem. That is something else that occurred, and that was that. And much earlier, I was at Mermaid's premiere. She does gaming premieres, and it's been a while since I've seen the game premiere. Oh, see, that's where that's disgusting, Yaka. We're not going to talk like that to people. Her, yeah, no homophobic stuff. Yeah, so we're just going to send him to the shadow realm. All right, there you go, shadow realm. Anyway, so as I was saying, thank you, Odin. Thank you, boss. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. So then early last night. Yeah, yeah, I know. Just they got nothing better to do. They got nothing better to do. And yeah, thanks, Mindy. So so last night I was looking up some news and some research because there's lots of global conflicts going on. So we earlier in the night it was like looking at news and testing out the other Timu internet that we're not using anymore, but was testing a Timu internet out. The other part of it was I did some news, looking up some new stuff. Then after I looked up some new stuff, I went to Mermaid's Premiere. Then after that, I looked at some of these YouTube cases that happened, and then here I am right now. So Saw Girl, that's what I did. That's where I was. I was a little bit different schedule last night. Oh, thank you, boss. I appreciate you. Uh, I like our community. Hello, Holly. So yeah, that's what I was doing, Saw Girl. I was doing some research. I was at a friend's premiere, and I was looking at some cases, and here I am. Yeah. So, and definitely, I in my computer live didn't happen because, as I said, there was this issue with um. They canceled the internet that works because there was an issue with their TV because this technician came in and he was trying to be nice and he hooked up their TV to the internet and they don't use that type of thing. So they were like, just get rid of it. But they realized that it needs the other Timu internet doesn't really work that well. So we're gonna get the other one again. Just not gonna make sure no one hooks anything up to the TV. So we'll be back on the computer lives too, and we can watch some trials or whatever with with ease. Because it's been working pretty well. Yeah, so I've been a little bit busy. But as I said, trial chat, if there's a trial on, I should be in the chat tomorrow. I don't think I'll be streaming a trial because I have to get some network stuff situated for us to do that again. But Galaxy, Galaxy, I'm exploring Earth. I landed on my UFO and I'm exploring Earth. That's why I'm staying on the ground. Sorrow said, "Stupid YouTube. What a bunch of jerks that run this YouTube." And anyway, love Alien and all your followers, my chat friends. I love you. Oh yeah, very good. Destiny said, "Mods, you're doing an amazing job, and people who are not mods, please respect. Don't swear too much. Also, transphobic. Be respectful." Yes, yes. Galaxy, nobody is twisting your arm to be here. You don't like the content. There's something you do. It's called whatever you want to do. Mind your business. Right. Right. Because we love staring at the ground, Galaxy. Ground is all nature, beautiful. It's better than staring at somebody's dumb old ass. Right. Yes, Galaxy, we are the green yapping and listening to birds. Yes, yes. And I go on rants about UFOs and aliens and stuff like that. Also, hello, Sonny. It's so great to see you. Welcome to the stream. Not, and I've just have done this live stream just recently. Oh, okay. As I said, tomorrow I'm going to go live earlier. Okay, tomorrow. But y'all that were waiting, I appreciate it very much. We watched flowers and possums, saw cryptids, aliens. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Sonny. I was looking at some. I was at one of the Mermaids premiere about the game she was doing of much earlier. Then I looked at some news because some new things are happening, like in the world, and I like to look at these variety of different YouTube. things that occur, and like people that are doing YouTube stunts and it goes wrong, and like the mistakes they made, and like why people shouldn't do those things. We were looking at some people that some unsolved cases that happened in modern time, and a lot of these unsolved cases now, people it's like dealt with iPhones and security camera footage, but they sometimes still can't find who it is, Sonny, even with our technology now. Oh, that's funny. It's hilarious, Mindy. All right. And Destiny says, "Be respectful. I'll give 3 tries. Give people ban, then break. Last one, ban 9." Yes, amen, boss. Facts. All right, and these plans are getting much bigger, much bigger. So although like remember I was talking about with my chat, which is another group about unsolved mysteries that if nowadays some of these things would be solved with more modern technology, but even with our modern technology, some cases can't be solved with our modern tech with the phones and cameras and stuff. So I mean, there's even unsolved mysteries now that happen. But of course, it's better documented than back in the '90s and '80s. Much better documented. But everything is really cool. Really cool how they do have better forensics than they did before. I'm seeing what chat's saying. Let's see. Oh yeah, yeah. All right. So Holly says, "Chat. Alien said last night stream that is ASMR. So enjoy. Alien does a fantastic job paying attention to chat's questions and comments. Show his garden. Oh, well, thank you, chat. Yeah, I like this chat rallying together. I like that. Yes, Odin, I did see that. Yes, that was pretty cool. I remember when it came out, some of my people that knew about what was going on let me know. Yeah. And let's see. Anyways, I have to go right quickly, and people don't be rude and take care. Oh, hello, KS. Welcome to the stream. Oh, hello, Robin. Alien Apache attack helicopters. Yeah, those helicopters would be the best ones. It'd be much more advanced with use of laser technology and stuff like that. Now, with there's clouds right now, so it's going to be like a Timu dawn. We're going to see. It's not going to be necessarily the breaking dawn. It'll be a Timu dawn. Oh, thank you, Sawgirl. Anybody is here, but Michigan, man, the sky's beautiful this morning. Oh, that's awesome about Michigan. That sounds very, that's pretty. That's a cool state and nice scenery. So shout out to Michigan. Absolutely. Yes, a diverse community. Yes, that's what I wanted. I wanted like a. It's kind of like dissolving the borders and making like one cluster of humanity. Right. Right. And looking out this way, This is the sky right now. It's a little bit like it's like a Timu sky. It still looks cool. You see, it looks like the stormy seas of the northern sea. That's what this part looks like. Let's see. When I came out here originally, it was pitch black, but now we have this right here. So still good artistic scenery, but it is nice. Anyway, yeah. So the sunrise will be a little bit like a Timu sunrise, but it'll still be a sunrise. All right, and then he said 2 more hours here in Cali till I see sunlight. Yeah, facts, facts. Okay, and 6 hours till start to see sunlight. Oh wow, yeah, Odin, that's wild. I remember when low light when Lights 3, she's another friend of mine that comes in here sometimes. Well, pretty much all the time, actually. And yeah, when she's over in Alaska, one night I was on the computer playing the pirate game, and it was like still pitch black where she was. And I was like, whoa, that's wild. Because you have these people who, you know, all the way out west, as far as you could go, it's like a whole nother universe over there. So I think that the time zone differences in the country are very fascinating. Right. One thing that I like about this plant, one thing I like about this plant is that it's yellow and then dark green. Oh yeah, yeah. His night's just beginning. Yeah, yeah. And Alaska has humidity in the summer. Something I didn't know. Yeah. So, and Rebecca was over there also, and she was like, it was very fascinating how she was out there and it was already a couple hours behind night because I know Cali I thought was the latest one. Okay, Galaxy, to the Shadow Realm you go. All right, he went to the Shadow Realm, into the Shadow Realm. So yeah, the time difference between Alaska and the other parts of the country is quite crazy. Greetings, UAP. Welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, shout out to coffee. Nice coffee time. Yeah, and our a Bigfoot or Bigfoot or Yeti, who's winning? That's a very good question. And also, who wins actually is determined by something very specific. It does depend. Yeah, Sonny, they are uh, giant stink bugs. Yes, and Thanks for asking. So, Sergo, Serg, you have to have patience of a saint. You have to just breathe in and breathe out. All right. It depends on different factors. If they're fighting on the Yeti's turf, the Yeti might win. But if Bigfoot was in a place where it was very hot, you know, it would be maybe the Bigfoot would win. So if they were in a neutral environment, it would certainly depend on which one was ready to go. And that's what I think. It depends on which one's willing to go the farthest. You know, that's what it would depend on. I know Odin. It's he wasn't specific about what species. I know. The fun fact: the first time humans ever consumed coffee was the 1500s. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Holly says, "I must ask. I heard what I thought were birds singing at 3 a.m. and my husband said they were bats because birds don't sing at night. What was that was creepy to hear after that. Who was right? Let's see. I heard that I thought they were birds singing at 3 a.m. and the husband said they were bats. Okay, there are. Okay, I'll tell you this, Holly. There is a type of tweeting that I hear that I think is bats, but most of the birds that we hear, like at night, are just very eccentric birds. But there is a few that I see flying in the sky that make a weird cackling noise that I do believe are bats. But I have to go. Yeah, they sound just like bats. It just like a squeaky kind of tweet. That's more likely to be bats, but most of them are just really eccentric birds. When I was hanging out with my one of my friends out in the front yard, like let's just say like underboss and I are just like chilling outside, right? And then there's this random bird starting tweeting in a tree in 2 in the morning. You know, it just kind of startles and just kind of comes out of nowhere. Just there's birds that are weird like that. But yes, there is one thing I do hear that sounds like bats. Yes. I don't know for certain. I didn't go up and look at them or fly in the sky and look at them, but yes, there is a variation of. Yeah, the squeaky ones are bats. Yes, as far as I know. Well, it says birds chirp here all the time at 3 a.m. and County, Georgia, where angels play in demon mode. Dad gets creeped out here, Holly. Yeah, yeah. Let's see. Oh, okay, understood. I think the birds sing in the morning warm up the creatures that humans are not are out and about. Yes, very good point, Sonny. Very good point. Oh, nice, nice. Shout out to Texas. Okay, let's see. And to be more specific, Sonny, there's a type of thing called the giant Texas leaf stink bug. That is what those weird bugs we saw were called. To just tell you like the name of it. Yeah, they're giant stink bugs, but specifically they're from Giant Texas. I just remembered the other part of it. Okay. Oh, thank you, Mindy. Appreciate it. My favorite cybersecurity people I found are from Texas. Yeah, shout out to Texas. One of my first friends in the trial chats was from Texas. Yeah, Texas is cool people. All right, anything else? Bigfoot, he's staring at me. He's an inch tall. I bought him a gift and shot some. Hilarious, saw girl. All right. So, right there's a sprout. Right, it's an African plant. Pretty cool. All right, and going over here. Oh, it was. I didn't know that. No, it was a stink bug from Timu. Yeah. So it'll be, it kind of almost looks like the beach, in a way. The way the sun and sky look. Almost like the beach. Like, a cloudy beach. That's what it looks like right now. Like, I remember the beach during the morning time. Oh, that's a very good song, Mindy. Yes. Okay, and those are needle flowers. Yeah, I mean, definitely the tune of the now at this point, this is it without the light. It also looks like a war scene almost. One thing I like about this, it's so much like a movie set, and a concept that's truly fascinating. It's a bird about to drop some bars. Yeah, Mindy. Yes, exactly, UAP. Yes, but yeah, definitely need the fiddle. Some nice bluegrass. Yeah, yeah. This bird is getting ready for uh, a nice day. Okay, Sonny, understood. Yeah, cute birdie. Okay, the birdie went to another location. Okay, so yeah, as I said, a very like cool without the light at a certain point, because you know the daytime is so near that yeah, I mean it's definitely most humans don't realize that Camp Mystic, Texas, was washed away in a flood last year. Yeah, that is true. There was a really bad flood that happened that was mysterious, and the reason why it's mysterious is because so many people where these kids are like swept away. All right, and maybe cloud seeding caused it to happen because they do cloud seeding. Okay, and that was a very mysterious circumstances. Okay. I had my state's bird growing up. It fell out of a tree, and my dog got in its mouth. And well, once you catch wild bird, it'd be abandoned. So it lived about 3 years with us very happily. Oh, that is so cool! That is so cool. The mockingbird. For my birthday, I had mockingbird cake. A couple like in February. So I've had. I love mockingbirds. Oh, nice. 25 of August. Nice. Definitely will give you birthday shout out then. Walk through in Jurassic. Yeah. Mockingbirds are very symbolic and they're used in lots of poetry and movies and stuff. Yeah. Hey, Journey, good to see you, bro. Okay, so I played a cassette tapes. You are very welcome, boss. Um, Play cassette tapes showing, yeah, of birds saying for him, and he would repeat it perfectly. The owls in my tree are hooting now. I think they are wanting. They were waiting for you. Yes, they were waiting for me. Yes, Peck, sorry, are correct. Yeah, you see, all the owls were waiting. Ah, okay. Journey, I thought that for a second. And all right, fam, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Gal, to the stream. Journey Gal. All right. And all right, hooting. Yeah, so the owls were waiting for me to come on the stream, and all the owls are excited that I'm finally here. So I took forever. I was, somewhere beyond the rainbow, as the where leprechauns and stuff are. Yeah, she says hello, y'all. Right, and right, but her mother is cool as hell. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's cool, boss. That's cool, boss. So I'm glad that you have fun on those channels, and definitely you're very. I like talking to you in chat. Anybody ignoring you is from is missing out. Yeah. All right, and you should hear the last call of the Kaiui, last recording before the native bird went extinct. Oh, that's very sad. Yeah. Okay. When I was a kid, I came from cheerleading practice, and there was a blue jay in the room flying around, scared the gree up out of me and try to pack my forehead like twice. Oh, and try to pick your forehead. That I can imagine in some like South Park thing or some like SNL skit. It's kind of like crazy and messed up, but it's kind of like just this bird is. I'm going to peck this forehead like I got something for free, and it'll start pecking. Oh, you're very my pleasure. My pleasure. I like your new profile pic, boss. The nice blue and trees. That is very nice. Okay, and well, the sky was like this when it snowed here. Whenever it snows here again, I'll do a snow live for y'all. That'll be cool to do. Scared. You see, it's more like an overcast weather. Scared. Yes, it does snow. It does, Saw Girl. Yeah, up to my kneecaps. It doesn't happen every day. It's very rare. It's not very rare, but it's rare. It's rare. Yeah. Yeah, Claude snowboard. Yeah. Oh yeah, Odin, where you are, it snows for free. It snows a surplus of snow. It's an abundance of it. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I remember when I was, you know, little, it snowed a little bit, and it was on Christmas Day, and I held a snowball. Now it's as I said, we had some blizzard, and it happens. I said the snow part is very rare, but it happens, and the snow, like a blizzard, a crazy blizzard we had, happens every 100 years or so. The snow doesn't happen every 100 years, but a really bad blizzard could happen around that time. So we had a record breaking blizzard, although we've had snow before, and it was like up to my kneecaps. So it does snow here, and like all of this you see will look like a winter wonderland, like a winter forest, some Nordic Viking winter forest. So, and I also the palm tree would have snow all over it. So it's kind of crazy to look at. Alien, those white capped flowers look like cotton, are they? It's not. That is a good question. It's actually not cotton. It's something similar. It could be related to cotton. I'm not too sure, but it's something similar to the uh, daisies. That's what it's kind of like. But it could be related to it. But it's similar to like a, a dandelion. Oh, you mean these over here? Whoa. Okay, I'll show you. All right. So these are primroses. Yeah, these are primroses. Now sometimes they turn dark pink. These are needle flowers. Okay. And now, technically, this plant right here is related to cotton, but it's not cotton. Yes, thank you. Yeah, this is a relative of cotton, but it's actually a vegetable from Africa. Very delish. I am not okay. These right here do. These have medical properties. Help with inflammation, a sick stomach. It was also used by settlers as a tobacco substitute. It's not chamomile, it's a needle flower. It was, a needle flower and they were used for different things. Let's see. Yeah, arthritis, it could be, possibly. I don't know if it's being used for arthritis, but it certainly is used for like inflammation and, you know, stomach problems and things like that. And let's see. Yeah, and but I will definitely see about what it can do. Uh, let's see. Not that one. It is right here. Yeah, but I don't know about the arthritis part though. No. And looking at this, white and yellow. Oh, there we go. It's also from Spain. Doctors are constantly putting me on kinds of medications, and RA is not fun. I really suffer from it. Yeah, it's definitely cringe what they do. Let's see. I got this for you. Okay, evidence supporting the use of Spanish needle for body system joints. Okay, this is the Spanish needle right here. All right, the Spanish needle has a long history being used for traditional medicine, particularly in tropical, subtropical regions. Right, in various cultures, the plant has been used to address inflammatory conditions, including those affecting joints such as arthritis and remedies. So yes, Saw Girl, this apparently can help with arthritis and inflammation. Yes. And traditional healers have prepared these from leaves, stems for tropical oil use for help reduce joint pain and swelling. So, oh, shout out to Tennessee. So, Saw Girl, apparently, yes. This helps with those issues that you speak of. I did a double check on it, and they're all over the place. 45 in physical impossible to get a cold, sore, and perk. Yeah, the shout out to the sun. She knows natural lights are guaranteed, but she is willing, desperate to try. Yeah, I have aggressive from. Oh, and also these flowers you see would help with rheumatoid. That's what these would help with too. Okay. And let's see. All right. Her herbal remedies for that is ginseng, ginger, and licorice root journey. That's what would help. The licorice root and ginseng and ginger. All right. There's Bubbles. He's enjoying the garden. Yep. It is Bubbles' brother. My pleasure, Journey. Yeah, and also Solid Girl, The flower you saw, the white flowers with the yellow, the Spanish needle, they are they help with the inflammation, arthritis, and rheumatoid. Also, and that's what the ancient people used. The natives here use that stuff to help them heal from that back in the past, and also settlers used it too. And it's all over the place, so it's pretty cool. Those are the seagulls. Okay. There's some more of them. Might have a better sunrise. Let's see. Yeah, I have to go this way. Cat's life. Yeah. Yeah. Bubbles is so adorable. It looks like a fluffy cotton, or a fluffy cotton ball or a cloud. Yeah. Okay, we have some morning glimpses in spite of the cloudiness. Look at that. We have some cloud colors going through the gray. Yeah, here comes the sun. Doo doo. Yes. Doo doo dun. Hilarious, Mindy. Okay, so that's glimpses of the sun. How's one? Oh, he's doing wonderful. Haha. Oh, it is the other one, not the one you're thinking of. Howdy, Outlaw. So many, I love that show. Theme song takes me back to a happier human experience. Yeah, facts, facts. Human experience is now our cringe. Well, not what we're doing, but back in the past. Like, there's like, humanity now is a little bit different. That is just a really cool scene. Oh, that's so cool, chat. It's like an eye right there. Oh, that's cool, Mindy. That's cool. Saw Girl says, I wouldn't wish RA on my worst enemy. I used to walk 3 to 5 miles a day, and I'm pretty much sedentary at this point, and so I use yoga ball and I bounce on that for better. Oh, better than nothing. Yeah, yeah. That is really messed up that you have to go through that. I'm glad that you had the yoga ball at least. Yeah, it looks like Odin's hunt is about to happen. Odin's wild hunt. It's where the gods, the Nordic Norse gods, go and have a rave, pretty much. Yeah. It looks just like that painting. But yeah, shout out to the Space Yeti. Oh, hey, yeah, Odin. It looks like the wild hunt that is about to happen. Yeah. Yeah, you see? Yeah. And the other Odinson says, I've broken my neck and back, and only thing that helped me is to the sunburn, stay and move on, and still not to move. Okay. Broken neck and back, and only thing that helped me is I'm too stubborn to stay still and not move. Ah, okay. Ouch. Yeah, that definitely would hurt. Definitely. Okay, and we got some other clouds right here. There's more brighter looking because the sun is hiding behind all that. Yes, Odinson. Correct. There's a painting about it. It's pretty epic. Odin, I agree. I'm a Christian, you know, but this right here, yeah, definitely. Messengers do get destroyed. That's true. I agree. Although people can believe whatever they want, that's just my take on things. Okay. Anyway, so let's see. UAP said, "Sorry, going to that pain. Solid. I hope you can get better medication on the stage." Yes. Okay. Odin said, "In case you can't to die properly, Hindu couldn't survive in Sahara Desert without trees for cremation. Therefore, regardless of religious belief, there is a geographic reason for burial types." Interesting, Odin. That's a good point, I suppose. Hey, Breezy, we're looking at this like a Timu sunrise because the sun's not going to come out like it usually does. It's going to be hidden by clouds. So we're just kind of looking at little pieces of the sun hitting different clouds right now. We drink radiation charge smart meters and water like 1910, except now we take showers with it. Yeah. And the dumbest time to be alive, history of mankind. Yeah. Definitely in mankind, there is right now, indeed. Breezy, I don't know enough information. I know I like researched vaguely about the dome theory. It's possible that we live in like a firmament. I don't really know for certain if we do, but I've not looked too much into it. But yeah, there definitely it could be. But I think we are in a planet, but others think we're not. Oh, awesome, Holly. Now, people over here can believe whatever they want to believe, but that's what I am. Oh, Odinson, that is fine. You could be that too. It's all good. Humans are a myth, considering the only wild animals that have largest charge have feelings with failure to communicate. Right. Right. Okay. Mindy says, "Have a blessed day. Cleaning to do Bible study." Oh, okay. Well, you enjoy doing your Bible study. Thank you for hanging out with us today. Take care. Yes, absolutely, Holly. Ending duel destroyed humanity. If humanity doesn't stand together, it'll just be forever divided and doomed to fail. Yeah, I do think there's truth to that, Odinson. Yeah, I think that the trees are very, you could talk to a plant and it can grow bigger, hypothetically. Plants definitely have vibes to them. Definitely. We have reached a point in time where intelligent traits are frowned upon because ignorance is bliss. So only stupid people breed. Yeah, it's like it's de-evolution. Odin says good wineries play music to the grapes so that they grow optimally. Fortunately, modern music will destroy vineyards just like society. Very well said. Very wise words. Wise words. It'll go and it's like a poison in reality. Oh, they like country music. Yeah, country music's nice, especially like the classic country music too. Well, and that mentality. Oh, rock and roll is good too. Oh, that's good, Odinson. Okay, so Odin 3 says feelings have absolutely destroyed humanity and made the little guy tough because that joke never gets old. Yeah, right. Hard times make strong men make good times make weak men. That was almost like a face right there. Interesting, Odin. I know that. Well, I think that there are many that can accept criticism. That is true, Odinson. Weak men make hard times. Yeah. Yeah, it does look like a dinosaur. Yeah, those a lot of seagulls. So yeah, that is how the morning looks. There is no sun, but we're gonna have just like some teemu clouds. Yeah, I see the face too. Yeah. We'll check the cure for humanity's stupidity once the aliens beam me up. Oh, okay. Hodin says the snakes and the ticks are multiplying as birds, like a bald eagle, are being forced into extinction. Mirrored solar panels and inhumane EMF levels, no regulating, and in sight, we'll blame heat. Yeah, yeah. Stolen intelligence has no consciousness, therefore furthest from God and humanly possible. Unfortunately, describes Elon America's most accurately, and his Americans most accurately. Okay, yeah. I mean, there's let's see, snakes and ticks multiplying, all the evils being forced mirrored solar panels. Yeah, I mean, with solar panels, for instance, over in Germany, they don't seem to have butterflies or moths and bees and stuff. There's all the pesticides they use, and it's kind of messed up. Well, it looks like the face knew we were talking about him. Now he's fading away. We watchers have capiters and batteries. Unfortunately, God is lithium. Miners blame California falling into the ocean. You can't have a good car stereo system without capacitor because the power they draw. California goes Yellowstone, so we mine faults and lithium subsidized regarding the electric cars from Elon. Also, unregulated is so disgraceful to Nicola and Rudolph. Inventor of nylon was want to delete himself. Discovered because he wanted nylon to replace hemp. Oh, morning to Sasquatch from Canada, and you too, MSA. All right, and I think Japan just revealed the earthquake. Oh, there's a new earthquake. Damn. The only thing depressing about knowing the future and how the world ends is absolutely nobody gives an F. Yeah, that's the thing. Nobody like gives a care. It's almost like American Psycho, that movie. It's like we're watching a whole world just get torn down, and everybody's just blissful about it. Technically speaking, humanity and planets have no representatives because Americans exist. Americans have successfully destroyed every real creator that ever lived. Well, I don't think every American did that. I think many of them have. Many people just have their heads in the sand and don't have philosophical convictions like we do. Birdie right there. It's every man for himself. So the clowns and a left and jokers and a right work together, sacrifice Jesus Christ. Yeah, and shout out to Jesus Christ. He is the greatest. And yeah, a lot of people, Odin 3, are very divided and they're just splitting everything apart. Yeah, that's why I think that unity is strength over division. Jesus Christ, Nikola Tesla, and Rudolf Diesel, inventors, for their children to have entitled Elon for a brain. Interesting. And sacrifices that are done should not be in vain. You know, we can't forget those that sacrificed for us to be where we are today. Now, one thing I'll say is that America's messed up, but it is in one piece. Holly says, I'm going to say this out loud, Alien. I believe people have convictions. The difference is who's willing to stand for their convictions and who will cower when challenged. Yeah, I definitely agree with that because you know who someone really is in the situation they're put into. And maybe I'll do the right thing in such a situation. I agree with that. Very true. Let's see. And it says, we didn't always have earthquakes every time it rains across Arizona. Tomorrow isn't promised. Yeah, that's why I think it's good to live each day as if it was the last day of your life. Because one day you certainly will be right. Okay, there's an earthquake in Japan. Oh, there's an earthquake yesterday and the day before in Japan. Yeah, the weather is weird. The weather is very weird nowadays. Okay, so yeah, that is the sunrise. Although it's not really there, the sunrise is there, but it's not there. Yeah, weather warfare, correct. Yeah, that's true, Odinson. And Odin 3 says, it's a new world since my father was tortured and he was stolen. Oh, wow. Condolences for your loss, Odin 3. UAP, that is fine. I was being a bit of a dodo bird and I didn't read the context. All right. So thank you for clarifying. It's all good. All right, Odin. Understood. Yeah. And a lot of people have a lot of hate these days, and it's good to do what we can to have more unity. But yes, I'll stay safe, Odin, by the Lord's will, and you too, Odin 3. May you always be blessed and protected. Right. Yeah, Sonny, the alien dodo bird. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we'll see. Oh, those are seagulls. You know, they fly around bodies of water. Okay, Miller. I hear what you're saying. I mean, at this point in time, pretty much any conspiracy theory could be true now. I mean, just with all the different stuff coming out, yeah, I don't blame you for thinking that. I didn't see that, Odinson. I have to look into it. Uh, yes, yes, I have. Yes, I have Saw Girl. Very, she's very cool. Yeah. You know, things in history that you know people don't really know a lot about stuff like that, but it's very important for people to do. You know, she did a lot with the radios and pioneering what we have today with like the Wi-Fi, cellular, and GPS and stuff like that. Very good thing to point out. Oh, wait a minute, chat. I'm once again I'm being a dodo bird. Thank you, Odinson, for bringing that up because I did a video about it last year. I remember when I did the video, I was watching a trial and I saw the information. I did a video about it. So yes, I know about it and I did a video on it. So once again, I was being a dodo bird. Oh yes, Odin 3, understood. Understood. So we are either looking at the sky or a dome. Right there, that's where the sun is. Looks like the apocalypse is about to happen. Yes, an inventor actress. Yes. Right. All planets to the shape of the sun. I remember uh, Sirius has the shape of the sun too, which is a star system. Oh, hello world. Sunocalypse. Yes. Yes. Skirt. Everything is conspiracy theory, including what merging a freeway means if they transition is baby for science. Hello, overall, and Saw Girl said Pluto is no longer considered a planet. What do you think about that, alien and chat friends? I think Pluto is a planet. I think they want it because there's Planet 10, right? That they said didn't exist. So now, if they acknowledge that that planet exists, so they're gonna have to say Planet 10 does exist, right? But now they have Pluto is not even a planet anymore, so that's why they say Planet 9 for Nibiru, and Pluto isn't a planet. But that's what they try to say. But I believe Pluto is a planet. Oh, okay, Coca Cola. I see. Ending the duel destroyed humanity. Yeah. We need an alien intervention considered a requirement for superpowers to communicate with humans because only wild animals have the largest in charge and have feelings with failure in communication. Yeah. And the actual heart and brain is considered insane. At the end, only life size matters for feelings' sake in women's world. Supposedly, they found many other planets that are almost unreal. Yeah. Okay, they witnessed light coming from the black hole. Oh, yeah. There's a theory that there's also something called a white hole. It's an eerie sunrise. Right there. That's sunrise. Okay, I'm back. Okay, thank you. I think I'm back now. Okay, and chat let me know if I returned. Let's see. There was a list I can try to find just darkness, not really charcoal. Okay, interesting. Yeah, it's actually not on Wi-Fi. Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna view it from this angle instead. We're gonna go this way. Okay, we're just going to simply walk right there and go this way. There we go. Now we're gonna try this one. All right. Okay, this will be better. A much better view of the sunrise. Vin Diesel's home planet. Yeah, yeah. And yeah, so although it's a Timu sunrise, It's still a sunrise. Land of the Giants used fascinating to me back in the day. Oh, there's a water park in my state that was called Land of the Giants as like a marketing tactic. Yeah, so it definitely that I agree with you about it being fascinating. UAP about what you're talking about as well. Oh, it's Claude. And shout out to Claude. He just came out of nowhere. Yeah, from pretty list. Apparently, there's a lemon shaped planet. There's a lemon shaped planet. Whoa, that's interesting. We'll see. He comes down and hangs out with us. Yeah, I just saw it come. I saw him come out of nowhere from the left. Yeah, he made his epic appearance. Yeah, the sky looks really nice. Nice, shiny white clouds. But as I said, yeah, that's the sunrise, but it's not what it usually looks like. Yeah, because that's the thing with these cats. They like to explore and be around all kinds of different places, which I think is really nice. But hopefully, they could stay themselves out of trouble. But sometimes they like to fight each other. Oh, oh, thank you, Fifi. I have not been. I didn't hear about that, but thank you for letting me know. Wow, wow. It's definitely will be. I'll definitely look at that one when it comes out. The trial and the folio trial. Oh, well, I'm glad that you know. I remember hearing about that because our chat was wondering if that person would be arrested, and now he is. Wow. Okay. Well, we'll see about that trial when it happens. Yeah. Well, thank you for the update. Glad you told me. All right. Tone says it's shaped that way due to its close proximity to dead star, which the star's gravity is sketching in the planet, giving it 11 shape look. That is some crazy stuff. That looks like almost like a cartoon type planet. That's really fascinating. Okay, okay. They said the judge wasn't fair. Well, we'll see if he gets a new trial. Because if they think something's not fair, they're gonna have a retrial. So yeah, we will see about his second trial. Wow, well, that's quite dramatic. Uh, dr- uh, Poor Paul. Right. Right. Exactly. So yeah, we will see if he gets a new trial or he doesn't get a new trial. Yeah. Well, thank you for the updates. Yeah, there's like something flying over my head. Hopefully, it doesn't sting me. Yeah, we gotta see what this is, cause if it could sting me, probably. I don't, they make a couple of them trying to sting me. I don't know. Yeah. So what are we looking at? What's going on here? Might be mosquitoes, because I'm thinking there's something else there. I watched the first Folio trial. Oh gosh, I can't sit through another one. It's ridiculous. I'm going to be watching that one. He's not going to be watching that one. Folio is just repetitive to me, Julio. Yeah. Personally, I refuse to follow any celebrity drama. I don't want to fill my head with nonsense. Okay. Yeah, a lot of people don't. All right, so that's some bright clouds right there. Pretty cool. Some people here and I keep up with trials in general. Whoever's on trial, so that's why we talk about it. All right, so yeah, that's going to be that's the sunrise. It's a Tibu sunrise, but it's still a sunrise. Close up of the palm tree right here. It's a jungle part. For those that are wondering, it's like a wild area. Okay, right there. Those are some wildflowers right here. Next planet is on the list is the darkest planet, darker than a coal or archaic, a dark reflecting less than 1% of the light that hits it. Well, that is a very dark planet. That would be a cool place for pools. Okay. Let's see. Here's the primroses. Yeah, I mean, planets that don't reflect their light. That's really fascinating. Maybe a planet has a civil action that utilizes sun's energy. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. It's also possible. Because it's doing it some kind of a way. Sometimes the laws of physics of these planets can defy everything we know. Or plants that absorb 98%. Okay. Okay. That's really cool. Ahoy, Mark. Welcome to the stream. Okay, and some plants have very red leaves, and they are more efficient. Okay. Okay. This is the tree. Okay, last one in the list is blue planet. Looks almost like Earth, but blue comes from the silicate clouds from the rain molten. Blast size 5,400 miles per hour. The glass nightmare planet. Wow. Mushrooms and omelets. Very good. Very delicious. All right, Sawgirl says, I'm starting to fall asleep. Wake me up in a while. Yell at me, scream at me, and everybody just kidding. Hello. Love you all. See you later if I fall asleep, but I'll sleep here. Oh, thank you, Sawgirl. Thank you. Something going on here. Oh, there was a bee that almost got stuck in that spider web, but he got out of it. Whoa. Oh, yeah, shout out to New Zealand. That's a crazy looking spider, chat. Whoa. That's a crazy. Oh, that looks like the banana spider. That's what that looks like. Sorrow says, "Did that make sense? I'm not going. I'm gonna like dip out. I'm just gonna be here, but asleep. I don't know. Whatever. Oh, yes, I understand. You're gonna still be with us in the stream, but you're gonna go to sleep while you watch it. That makes sense. Well, you. Thanks for flying with the Spaceship Airlines. Just imagine living on a planet that rains glass. Very scary. You wouldn't want to live in that planet. Oh yeah. I wouldn't. It's like a house made of glass, but in reverse. Southern Alps, New Zealand. Facts. Facts. There's Dungus berries, maybe. Not too sure. Then you got these. Yeah, it's just like a bunch of mosquitoes. Oh wait, there is the sun. The sun has returned. Okay, chat. Here we go. Closest thing to a sun we've seen all morning. Oh, here we go. Right there. Sunrise. Oh yeah, there you go. That's true, Mark. Yeah, that's a nice sunrise. Scared. That's true. Very true. Shout out to the sunrise. Okay. Okay. Yeah, birds and bees. You see, wasps that aren't really that valuable because wasps are kind of from Timu and Sheen. And photosynthesis is amazing plant tech. Yeah, photosynthesis is something else humans need to adapt to as well. You know, plants are like solar entities. They can just download information like that. We got our pumpkin plant right here. It's pretty cool. Soon we're gonna go in and do the recap that we usually do. Whoa, chat! A wasp nearly ran right into me. Whoa, scared, scared. Are you going to be watching the closing arguments of Athena's Strand trial? I'm wondering if you are, and you have it on your channel or watch it. Okay, so right now there's some issues with the with the connection, the not the connection, with that you speak of. There's a situation that occurred, a complication with the network we got. Although it wasn't a complication, it was just they were having anyway. I'm going to get the internet completely reinstated because the internet works. It was just some other thing that occurred with it when it was connected to a TV, and they didn't want to connect it to a TV. So it's not likely today going to be streamed on my channel, but I will be streaming trials. I will. But this day, I'll probably see you over in the other chat. I'll watch it. But yes, we will do streaming the trials again. I had the internet completely repaired. Then they took a big, oh look, it's Claude. They made a big decision to cancel it because it was connected to their TV by the guy did connected it to their TV. They didn't really want to connect it to their TV, and but taking out the whole internet was wrong because the other internet's Timu internet. And yeah, so when I get the cool internet back, which will be very soon, we'll stream the trials. But today I'll probably see you over in the other chat. And just to reiterate myself, I will be streaming trials again. Definitely. Just wondering, I mean, because I'd rather watch it with you than anybody else, and I think they're supposed to be on today, right? I don't know for certain, but I think they are. And thank you for watching it, for liking the watch on my channel. I appreciate it. Hello, Destiny. All right, so he's looking for something. Claude's doing his thing, and he's gonna come back out this way, and then go over here. Yeah, I think they're all gonna be on today, as far as I know. I don't know 100% for certain, but I think they're, I believe they are, yes. Thank you. All right. So let's see. And what else chat saying? All right. What happened here? Other fight. All right. I saw some strange sky activity last night, or something. Everything's all right now, Destiny. And also, let's see. Um, Tone says I saw some strange sky activity last night. Okay, Tone, what did you see? I'm curious. All right, and here's the sun. There's some more of the sun right there. All right, so it's kind of a Team Moose sunrise because the sun is coming up. And Claude is all right. He is over there. He's in there. I just saw him. Right there. Okay, and right there is the sun. Pretty cool. Tone said I saw a cigar-shaped long beam of light just sitting there, but it would go from dim lights to slightly brighter enough to notice. Oh, very. Yeah, that's definitely a UFO. Definitely. Definitely a UFO. Okay. Look at that. Nice sunrise. No, I don't know of anyone with the second name being Crook. I know of a lot of people like that. But Crook, yeah, quite a few probably, yes. Actually. Yeah. Scared. It was blue lights. Whenever I looked at it directly with dim, it looked slightly next to it became clear and more noticeable. Yeah, that definitely is. It's quite wild. I mean, the blue lights are calming. By the way, okay. This is the whole thing right here. There's more of the sun. So thank you, Tom, for telling me about your encounter. Let's see. Saw girl says, "What do you think about 11 scientists that have been murdered, missing, self deletion, whatever, since 2022, with the first woman until the general 2026? Just curious what your thoughts about that." They're made of holly trees, Mark. Holly trees. Okay, Saw girl. So Saw girl, they may have figured out a technology with anti gravity or dark matter, and and they wanted them to not expose it because there might be some sort of energy that they have where it would completely flip the economy upside down. The economy would be flipped upside down, and everything else would be turned over its head. Of the people in power, like the big companies, the electrical companies, and the oil companies. This technology would completely change everything, and it would go out of business. So apparently, they figured out something to cure everything, and they took them out because they're going to expose it. Right. Another theory is they found some information they weren't supposed to know. So they had kind of the Twilight Zone episode where the pilots found out something that were on a spaceship and they all kept them disappearing. And it's kind of like that. They found out something they weren't supposed to know. Maybe they accessed something that they weren't supposed to access, or someone's either censoring them. It could have to do with some supernatural thing, but most likely somebody was silencing them. Another theory that makes sense is possible that they are being sequestered for a project they're working on. In the Manhattan Project, they did that. They went and deleted their identities and had them work on something, like what they did with Planet Serpo. Like they had scientists strip their identities and they went to an alien planet. So yeah, those are the possibilities that either they were silenced, or they recruited them for something else, or maybe they were sent to some other realm. I don't know, but that's what I think. It's very suspicious and it's very concerning. Maybe another country did it. Okay, yeah. Rest in peace to David Wilcock. Yeah, scared. Okay. Now I'm gonna go in and do the recap. So hang tight for a second. All right, and someone says my grandson is in the first year of college, and he wants some kind of doctor or whatever, and he said that they're teaching them that they're trying to harvest dark matter because it's energy They want to harvest matter as energy. Yeah, we were talking about it on the show with Passion and the others one night, and you could basically do time travel. You could do possibly time travel, and you could certainly do interstellar travel, like to other planets. Much easier. So that is something you could do with it. You could go to travel to, um, Mars or Orion's belt or some very distant planet that's light years away with dark matter in a week or a month or a couple of days. It's really breakthrough technology, and they could use the energy for all kinds of things for Earth to make it much more energy suitable than before. All right, let's see. We're going to dive into dark matter. The cosmic glue produces extra gravity. It clumps together and makes a round. Dark energy acts as a repulsive force that pushes galaxies away from each other and spread uniformly throughout space and time in clumps. Modern physics, specifically through Einstein's E equals mc square, the dark matter is often measured as a part of the universe's total mass energy density. Composition. Dark matter is estimated to make up 27% of the universe's mass energy, while dark energy, which is something different, accounts for 68%. And let's see how it could be used for Earth. Okay, here we go. In the dark matter consists of particles like neutralinos or WIMPs, and they might be their own anticipations. The concept: if two of these particles collide, they annihilate each other, converting 100% of their mass into pure energy. Potentially, a dark matter reactor could theoretically be billions of times more powerful than dynamite. Challenge: because dark matter is so diffuse, a spacecraft would need massive scoop that would concentration of these particles to generate enough power for propulsions. Planetary heating. Research suggests that some types of dark matter might actually accumulate inside the planets like Earth. Mechanisms: as dark matter particles pass through the Earth, they may occasionally bump into regular atoms, slowing down and getting trapped by gravity at the planet's core. Effect: if these trapped particles annihilate, and they would release heat far too small to be power source for humans. Scientists believe this internal heating could affect planets' rotation period or internal temperature over millions of years. Another theory suggests that the dark matter is made of axions, which are extremely light particles. Concept: the presence of very strong magic field could theoretically convert into a detachable light photons. Usage: if we could build a device, a trigger, this conversion as a large scale, we could technically harvest light energy directly from dark matter passing through Earth. Why we can't use it yet? You see, that's the thing. Maybe they discovered it and they didn't want people to know about it. And let's go here. See, conspiracy theories. See, theories on why Earth, right? Okay. Exists. All right, loving us scientists. Now, they have ties to nuclear, aerospace, and defense research who have been leading among the missing. Okay. And now we're going to go over this way to see more about it. And here are modern conspiracy theories about why the 11 scientists went missing. UFO UAP disclosure. Silencing because some individuals, such as Neil McCaslin, were allegedly tied to UFO linked labs or anti gravity research. Theorists suggest they were silenced to prevent the disclosure of extraterrestrial secrets. Foreign adversary sabotage. Lawmakers, including House Oversight Chair James Corner, and have suggested the sinister possibility that countries like China, Russia, or Iran are targeting elite scientists to cripple U.S. nuclear space programs. Like, that is the theory of it being another country. The government internal cleanup. Some speculate the scientists were involved in programs like the government is now attempting to shutter or hide from public's scrutiny. The mainstream narrative is that it was an accident. And they say there's lack of evidence, but it's kind of strange for all this to happen like this. Okay, and Socrates says Athena's strange trial is going to start in 75 minutes. Anyway, I think it's going to be kind of boring because a lack of better praise for what's going to go on today. Yeah, it have both sides. I mean, it's pretty much a no-brainer, this trial. Like, he's probably going to get the DP. And doing the closing arguments, both sides are going to argue about why the defendant's either guilty or innocent. We already kind of know what it's going to be about. Yeah. All right. The defense. All right. This is what to expect for today. Sagro. The defense is focusing on sparing Horner's life and expected to call several expert witnesses to testify about his physical and mental health. Key points for today's testimony include the mental health diagnosis. Witnesses, including psychologists, are expected to testify. I don't know if this is going to be today necessarily, but this is what this says. PTSD, major depressive disorder, and so they're doing closing arguments already. I don't know if this might be old news, but the defense currently expected to rest its case around May 4, which is closing arguments followed by shortly after. Okay, so no, it looks like closing arguments going to be on May 4. Mental health diagnosis. Witnesses include the psychiatrists expected to testify that Horner meets the criteria for autism spectrum disorder, major depressive disorder today. Physical factors. Experts may provide testimony regarding Horner's alleged poisoning and claims that he was affected by fetal alcohol exposure. The jury's role. After being off on Monday and Tuesday while the court vetted two witnesses, jurors returned today to hear this evidence. They must ultimately decide between death penalty and life imprisonment parole. All right, so mental health diagnosis today, and physical factors expected to be mentioned. So today marks the beginning of the defense's case. Today. Okay, and that's what to expect for today. Yeah, I think definitely since it's Texas and all, he's going to get the DP, death penalty. All right, I mean, absolutely what happened was absolutely terrible. You know, extremely cringe. Don't know if the other trial will be on. Let's see. Yeah, and the Utah murder trial. It looks like the Folio's on. Interestingly, but not everybody wants to watch that one. Good morning, Chris. Welcome to the stream. Okay, the mother-in-law murder plot trial. That was a verdict from yesterday, and Folio's on, and then the other one comes on 9 a.m. Central. Here's a spaceship cats. One right there. Yeah, I do think Folio trial is repetitive. Definitely. All right, so as I said, I think that he's probably going to get the DP, in my opinion. He's going to be convicted of it. And the experts are going to probably say what we already know they're going to say. And that is it. Okay, so let's go here. Getting to the point. Okay. So hypothetically, if there were any coordinated efforts concerning UFO information, theorists and some lawmakers suggest it would likely target propulsion technology matter, science breakthroughs, or historical disinformation programs. Based on current speculation surrounding the missing scientist, here are some theorized that could be being concealed. All right, claim the propulsion and anti gravity tech like we were talking about. The most common theory is that the scientists working on the gravitational propulsion or anti gravity are moved into a secret program or silence. Patents by inventors like Salvador Pais for craft with internal mass reduction. The U.S. Navy may already have exotic flight capabilities that defy standard physics. Concealment. If there is technologies were public, they would revolutionize energy and travel. Theories believe they are kept secret to maintain military technological arms race. Following testimony from whistleblowers like David Grush, theories suggest that government has been trying to hide the crash retrieval programs for 80 years. And Sawgirls talked about you know her uncle that was involved with the Roswell crash and retrieving the alien bodies. So there is definitely a retrieval program. Information, specifics on biology of non-human intelligence and the molecular structure of recovery UFO material. Hypothetical actions. Moving experts like recently missing Neil McCasland reportedly possessed a top secret UFO knowledge off the grid, continue to work in special access programs without public oversight. Clever disinformation, camouflage theory. Recent reports from All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office AARO suggest that the government didn't just hide UFOs, it's actively created myths about them. Planting fake photos or stories like the trick the public and foreign advisories into believing aliens in the military was actually testing secret planes like self jets. By keeping the alien rumors alive, the government effectively hid real human made military breakthroughs. A dark theory posits that UFO technology utilizes vacuum energy, 0 point energy, right? The goal. Proponents argue that this energy source could solve global warming or something like that, but allegedly concealed because it would collapse global oil and gas economy. Sargo says my great uncle was the one of the medics that confiscated the alien bodies back to from the Roswell incident and went on to be a high ranking officer in the army. That's very cool, indeed. Yeah, because um, I'm thankful for his service and glad to know about the information that he provided to about the extraterrestrial recovery. Let's see. Description of alleged aliens from Roswell incident have evolved over decades, often fueled by eyewitness accounts that only surface years later. While the U.S. Air Force officially maintains that these bodies were test dummies, the victims of separate military accidents, several consist physical descriptions persist in UFO lore. Among various testimonies, including researchers like Don Schmidt and Kevin Randall, the beginning shared several distinct characteristics. Stature. Most reports describe them as diminutive, standing between 3.5 to 5 feet tall. Head and face. They are said to have disproportionately large, pear shaped or triangular heads with no hair. Witnesses accounts of high, large, almond shaped black eyes and a slit like mouth with no visible teeth. Limbs and skin. Their bodies were reportedly very thin and long arms. Some witnesses, like Philip J. Corso, Let's see. Described pale gray skin and 4 to 5 long, thin fingers, occasionally noted as having slight webbing. Attire. They were frequently described as wearing one piece tight fitting gray or silver suits. Alien autopsy footage. In '95, a film surfaced purporting to show that medical examination of the Roswell beings. Key details: the alien in the film had 6 digits on each hand. Okay, Sorrel says his kids, my cousin, and I were very young. Oh, okay, understood. Yeah, because I like to learn as much as I can about whatever they know about him, about what he saw. So that's really cool that they got to know about it. More detail about it. That had to be crazy because yeah, he was there retrieving those bodies, and just it just probably just stares off into space, and there's big black eyes. It had to be really intense. Okay. Project Mongol, the Air Force's Roswell report, identifies described debris as part of a top secret Project Mongol balloon train. All right, and memory consolidation. The government suggests that the accounts of alien bodies are actually 1956 and parachutes and stuff like that. Okay, so let's see. Let's do this. Cousins, aliens. No, wait. Okay. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so hypothetically, accounts from a witness, medical personnel describe the craft interior as occupants like that look more like biological laboratory specimens than traditional pilots. While the official Air Force position is that bodies are actually dummies, the following details are based on often controversial whistleblower testimonies. Eyewitness like Frank Kaufman described a craft that was more of a horseshoe or manta ray shaped than a circular saucer inside the environment, was reportedly alien to Foy's technology. Cockpit. Small 7-seat flight deck with a central keel, hieroglyphics, a line of pictographic symbols resembling Peruvian style or Greek like hieroglyphics, was allegedly visible above the door. Heads up for display. Forward window appeared upweek. No, yeah, from the outside, but functioned as a transport sensor array or a lens style display of the inside. No controls. Witness mentioned a distinct lack of conventional knobs, switches, or steering wheels, suggesting the craft was operated by some form of direct, neural, or automatic flight control. And this is what the medics allegedly saw. Entities. Three small, mangled black little bodies. They're reportedly about 5 feet tall, with large, hairless, pear-shaped heads, and huge, pronounced eyes. Autonomy. The nurse allegedly claimed that the beings had hard cartilage inside of the bones and lacked teeth. They had only two olfactories where the ears and mouth would be, and their skin was described as ash colored or dirty stainless steel. All right. Sawgirl says Uncle never talked about craft or spacecraft. However, I guarantee he told me and told all of us that day that he recovered bodies that were non-human. Oh, okay, thank you, Sawgirl, for your experience. I appreciate it. Listen to this. All right. And the smell. The odor of the autopsy site was reportedly so unbearable, described as a horrible stench that the procedure had to be moved to a different location on the base. Mainstream narrative tries to discredit these claims. Okay. Logan claims, let's see, their Roswell craft wasn't just a vehicle, but a technological seed that jump-started the modern digital age. Hypothetically, these are some of the technologies that were discovered then. All right. integrated circuits, and microchips. The most common claim is that the craft contained extremely small wafer like components that didn't use wires. Before 1947, electronics relied on bulky vacuums and tubes. Theorists argue that the recovery of these solid state alien tech led directly to the invention of the transistor at Bell Labs later that year. It's kind of crazy to think about these things with no expression in their faces, and they're just, spinning around and sitting there stationary. It's kind of crazy to think about. And it looks like the technology itself was wired to their consciousness. Witnesses described seeing glass like threads inside the debris that could transmit light and data. So allegedly, it provided blueprints for fiber optic cables. Additionally, a way the craft could use light for cutting or seasoning. This claim had accelerated to development of laser technology. Night vision sensory displays. The windshield of the craft was described as a solid material that became transparent or showed an enhanced view of the outside world when powered. It supposedly led to development of image intensifiers and heads-up display of HUD used by modern fighter pilots. Exotic materials, memory metal. The most famous piece of debris described by local rancher Mac Brazel and Major Jesse was that the foil-like substance. The theory is that when described as nickel-like, you could crumple it into a ball and it would instantly unfold itself without a single wrinkle. While the memory metal was officially discovered in the 60s, the theorists believe that the back engineered from Roswell crash site. Neural link controls. Because the craft lacked traditional sticks, pedals, or buttons, it was theorized to be controlled by the pilot's thoughts. Some accounts mention that the handprints on the control panels that appeared in the interface directly with the pilot's nervous system, often linked to modern research into the brain computer interface. Seed strategy. The also claimed that Pentagon didn't try to build a UFO immediately. Instead, they seeded individual pieces of the tech into private corporations like IBM, Bell Labs, and Motorola by telling them it was captured foreign technology, Russia or German, to see if they could figure out how it worked. Yeah, overall, exactly. Exactly. Right. So That is allegedly about how the UFOs worked. Like, what they found at the crash site, what allegedly was there, and what they were able to. Okay, let's go this way. Okay, let's see. Hello, Raccoon. Tell us about your UFO experience. Sure. It's something that take a keen interest here. All right. And Sargel says, my father was a kid back in the days, and that was his uncle. So that has been in our family folklore since at least 1940. And that is like a party 86-year-old now. And yeah, Uncle Ernie is gone. Oh. Yeah, rest in peace to Uncle Ernie. And your dad's 86 years old. Okay. That's pretty, shout out to your dad. And, hello, Lori. Good morning, alien, saw girl, and chat. I have to go back to work today. Boohoo. Yeah. Yeah, boohoo indeed. All right, Raccoon says, we went camping at 2:11 a.m. Our dog freaked out in the tent, and I went out with her to see why she freaked out. It was so bad. Okay, I think animals have a special way of knowing what is seen and what isn't seen. I think that the animals have a special way of seeing things from other realms and dimensions that we don't always know or have access to. Okay. And we walked to a clearing and it was hovering about a telephone pole height. The lights lit up and the entire field it was silent and huge. Wow. Wow, that had to be very startling and kind of creepy, maybe also fascinating at the same time. And was it a white light or a blue light? If you recall the color of it. And Sargles says that, yeah, Uncle Ernie went to be high ranking officer in the Army, and Dad was born in 40, so Uncle Ernie. I don't know what that is, but okay, I'm still alive. Okay. Anyway. And Uncle Ernie went to a high ranking officer in the Army, And Dad was born in 1940, so Uncle Ernie had told him about that years ago, and then repeated it when we were all. Oh yeah, okay. Well, understood, understood. Well, glad that it was passed down. Yeah, also in the family folklore. It looked like a huge saucer with white lights. It looked like a landing lights. Okay. So yeah, and you see, aliens like being in secluded areas. So white light, got it, and it may have been trying to land. Okay. I hadn't gone camping since it stayed there for like 10 minutes and then it took off. I've seen videos on YouTube about that, and but I'm glad you saw that in person, even if it was a creepy thing to experience, because so many people think that these things don't happen or they're faked, but there's something they're doing it. Whatever it is, there's something they're doing it. So yeah, you did it. You may have told me a moment ago, but did it make a noise or was it silent? Because as I said, the dog reacting to it in a negative way is a sign it was something paranormal. Because I usually get creeped out by things that are weird in the spiritual realm. And Raccoon says, I have no reason to make it up. My guess is that they were planning on landing, but when our dog freaked out, they didn't know what to do, so they left. Okay, Falcon. And Falcon, I believe your story, okay? On this channel, people time talk about cryptids and aliens. Sometimes we have like 2,000 people here, and thousands of people talk about their story. Over this past month, so many thousands have talked about these encounters of cryptids and aliens. So, people are seeing them everywhere. So, in Egyptian mythology, the cats were guardians of the spiritual realm and also dogs as well. And dogs, was like a protector in a way. If if the UFO was a spiritual entity of some kind, like if they're interdimensional or whatever, the dog probably protected you from whatever it was going to do. And because as I said, like they sometimes like my cat looks at something on a wall and it gets all like freaked out. So yeah, the dog reacting like that means it was something kind of dangerous. It was totally silent. I didn't know what to do. Shoot at it, or we packed up 3 a.m. and went. I sold the rifle and got rid of the camping shoot next weekend. Oh, that's creepy. It was silent like that. Because a lot of times these things are depicted as making noises and hovering noises, but man, it was silent in the woods in the middle of nowhere. That is creepy. That is definitely goosebumps raising right there. Yeah, raccoon. I I will say that that's a traumatic thing to go through, and they give off vibes that are robotic and like blackness and like death sometimes. Like they give off like a voidish feeling. So it's traumatic that you went through that, but also at the same time, you experiencing that shows that there is something else out there where people think that it's made up or whatever. I know it's or hurt or whatever. That's why with the alien, well, I know raccoon, and they were insect looking. So, so before our modern technology, people were seeing these weird things. The Bible talks about chariots to fire, so it's nothing new. Oh, it's been 10 years and still can't sleep. Oh, yeah. Uh, but my and what if someone really gets in a car accident and they say that car accident never happened? That man doesn't lie. He has a Bible in his hand. Amen. Okay, that is good. Okay. All right. So, and he was delivering bread at night and saw Bigfoot and scared him. And hundreds of years before we ever came here to the United States, the Europe, the Americans or Europeans. So yeah, and I believe that Bigfoot's interdimensional, and I believe it's all interconnected. So Bigfoot's supposed to be a guardian of the woods, but he can be very territorial. But yeah, yeah, those things are linked. Ancient aliens took his own life. OMG, that's very suspicious. Yeah, another part is drugs can open up that most people would not have access. Okay, understood. Oh, the indigenous Native American people, they see all kinds of cryptids and UFOs. They've been on the show before and they've talked about it. Back, back. All right, so let's see. Told me Bigfoot is a real land aliens, and they come down. Yes, yes. Okay, and I can't find the UFO story that stuck with me and involved the fishermen seeing one they fished at night. Okay. So what's the weirdest stuff that you guys saw? Okay. I saw UFO before. I saw a UFO craft. It was after I got off a podcast that I was a guest on. Went, looked at the horizon and I saw a blue orb in the sky, and it went up in the air really quickly and zigzagged. It was really weird because it was moving unnaturally, and I got like startled, and I took out my iPod and filmed it. Although the iPod wasn't as good as the phone, I filmed it, and it was this thing floating in the sky, and I thought it was really startling, but that was it, and it went away. So it was a blue orb. It wasn't a drone. It was a complete like a star or a planet, but it was like floating around. Now I've had paranormal experiences with ghosts before. Yeah. Oh yeah, I agree, Falcon. I mean, not Falcon. I shot the Falcon, but I agree, Raccoon. The crazy part is a lot of people, yeah, because there are crazy people out there and people that are making up hoaxes, but there's also people that are actually seeing these extraterrestrials. So with the one time I was in a cat room where my family has cats, so there's a cat room, and I saw this. I was in there at 3 in the morning, uh, about to turn our heaters off, and I was watching some Judge Judy, so like trial stuff, and I heard this knocking coming from the upper wall above the air conditioning unit. I mean the window unit. It's not even window, but it's like a window unit is in this frame, right? It's like right at the very top part where there's like no people, right? And there'll be no one in there except this warehouse is there, right? And only one person in this warehouse. So I was like, "Whoa, this is really happening to me." It was startling, and all the cats looking at it too. Oh yes, yes, and rest in peace to David Wilcock and about him taking his own life. Although I I don't always know when people are like anyway. So yes, I'm very sad about David Wilcock. May he rest in peace. He died April 20th. Yeah, he passed. He was did the self deletion suicide. Yeah. Well, he will certainly be missed, and his work will never be forgotten. All right, and one weird thing is that the Catholic stance on this stuff is where Catholics. I asked, and they said aliens are angels. Yeah, raccoon. You'll see different Catholics and other Christian denominations. You'll see them in different ways, and basically the Book of Enoch, which is a book that was taken out of the mainstream Bible, but it's in the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible. And and also in all the Bibles in Genesis talk about these fallen watchers that come down and they took Earth women and they created a hybrid race called the Nephilim. Book of Enoch goes into more detail about it. But yes, there's theories that the aliens are either angels or demons, that they're both. And they're from another dimension. Rather than another planet, they're from another dimension. So that is a possibility there. And I do believe there's aliens in other planets, and I do believe that UFO sightings are real. But all I'm saying is that I think it's a combination of things. I think some are interdimensional. Some are either aliens or some are either angels or demons. And that's what they're from. There's another theory that the aliens are time travelers from 56,000 years from now. Oh, hello there, Falcon. Noise. Yeah. By the way, we got right here. There he is. And we're Catholics, but don't know what the real until you see Jesus, if it's real, and the idea of God and wild if you think about it. Oh, it's very wild indeed. Now, I do think that our world didn't come into existence by accident. It is a very wild concept, I do agree. And I do think that everything we see was created by something. The idea that the world came into existence by random chance doesn't really sit with me. I believe something created all this. Or caused it to, if it evolved, is something caused the evolution to happen. If that's how it worked. So, yeah, definitely. It is a wild thing. It's beyond our comprehension because it's just beyond what we understand. So, very, very good points, Raccoon. Did you see my chat about David Wilcock from Agent Aliens? Oh yes, thank you, Saw Girl. And I said, condolences for the that he. It's unfortunate that he was lost, that he deleted himself, and he will not be forgotten, and his passing will be, you know, remembered, and his work will live on. So I'm extremely devastated, that it happened. I mean, it's so shocking that such a thing, occurred. He was very good with the alien research that he did, and I can't believe it. Thank you for letting us know, Sawgirl. And I'm about to read more about it. Okay, and just so many people like life. is so short, and you never know what people are going through. And those that contributed to the alien community, like him, have done such an amazing job. So I hate to see something like that happen. So I'm definitely extremely saddened about this. I'm very shocked. I'm very shocked because that this happened, and I I wish that on nobody that they have to take their own life. They feel they have to take their own life, especially you know anybody on Earth. And the alien field is something I'm very involved in, and I take it very seriously, especially in something like this. Wow. All right, Raccoon says, one time I was really sick in my house and for 2 weeks in bed and bad shape. I believe I heard either an angel or my dad, mom there with me. I'm sure I didn't die, and I heard a woman walking. There was a good enough reason to delete yourself. Everyone, even if you heard sometimes. Yeah, I definitely agree. There's never a good reason to do it, and it's good for people to reach out instead of doing that activity. And I think every life is precious and valuable. I mean, there's the people that there's a story when I was in high school of this band member's friend deleted himself, and the dude walked into a church and he couldn't barely walk in at all. So if he'd had seen that, would he have done it? It's like you know that's a very serious thing. That every life, it's a wonderful life. Like every life matters, and people are cared about, even if they don't think so. There's so many people that care about them. Yeah, but yes, I believe in angels, Raccoon, and I believe the angels were with you and helping you with that when you were sick. Because God has guardian angels that come to us to help us and protect us. Now, God's will is happens, and sometimes things we don't understand happen because He's the greatest of all planners. But He remembers everything of every tiny little thing that was ever done to every large thing that was done for humanity. So that is something positive, though. And Raccoon said, people don't know how much we struggle at times, even if you can't see it. Yeah, yeah. Because there's demons you'll wrestle with. And I would encourage you to reach out if they're having a problem. And I also believe, religion's important, and you don't have to be religious, but I believe trusting in a higher destiny, karma, or God, whatever people believe in, and that somehow the dots will connect in the future is a very important way to think. Yeah, that's just that cat is just undulating, very beautiful. All right, reports of the UFO researcher David Wilcock died Monday, April 2026, in Colorado, in Nederland, Colorado. While Boulder County Coroner's Office has yet formally released a victim's name, the pending scientific confirmation of several sources, especially from what Congressman Luna said. Oh, Raccoon, I'm glad you didn't give up and that you're here with us now, because you got to be here and tell us your story about your encounter. I think raccoons, we call raccoons in the show swamp puppies and bandit puppies. So raccoons are something are a key figure on our show. So yeah, it's like if one person didn't exist, look how different the world could have been. So yeah, it just living in itself is an act of courage, and those that understand that there is other things to see. There's better days ahead. So I definitely don't like it when um, someone feels that that was the only way out. Now, of course, people that take their own life are valued and loved, and there's just other options people could have. Yeah. Oh no, no. I think one time we said the gators were swamp puppies too, but no, the swamp puppies are the raccoons. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. Yes, that is correct. Raccoon. I didn't know much about David Will Wilcox, but I think we may find some conspiracy theories in near future because I just read David said he was in telepathic contact with ETs. Wow. Okay. Yeah, maybe there'll be conspiracy theories about it. That'll be interesting to see. Yeah. All right. And I used to watch David Wilcox a lot, but off reels about his divorce and moved to Colorado. It's sad how he passed. But yes, Lori, I definitely agree about. It's sad about he passed. Yeah. Raccoon, you are right. Divorce or losing kids can completely destroy a person. Yeah. All right. So, incident details: a Boulder County sheriff officer responded 911 called regarding a mental health crisis at resident near Ridge Road. Yes, yes, exactly, Raccoon. David is certainly cemented into UFO history now. Suppose that's a silver lining. Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah, forever he will be. Cause of death. Upon arrival, deputies encountered a man holding a weapon who reportedly took his own life at the scene. Official investigation. A joint investigation is being conducted by sheriff office and coroner's office to determine the final cause of the man's death. Anna Polina Luna shared retribution on X following expressing prayers for Wilcox's family and mentioning the millions of lives he's impacted. Yes, Falcon. Amen. Yes, yes. Rest in peace. Yeah, Bubbles also knows. Amen. Oh, yeah. Zachariah's death. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, he was another alien theorist, and now he's gone. Yeah, interesting. Scared. Raccoon said, "So for all disclosure, I saw UFO in Teller County, which is behind Pikes Peak in Colorado Springs. It was in 2018." Okay, thank you, fam, for informing us about that. Appreciate it. Jay Wender, the filmmaker and friend, noted that Wilcox had been under significant personal and legal pressure, including cyberbullying and death threats. He's from Azerbaijan, Falcon. Yeah, yeah, it could. It could. Colorado could be one of the areas, and as I said, they like to have secluded areas in the woods, so that definitely could be one of their hotspots. It's definitely a hotspot in Vegas, in Nevada. Yes, yes, that could be a reason. That could be a reason. Also, Dale was working for people on anti-gravitative stuff. Yeah, just like these other scientists that went missing. Interesting. For his death, David remained a central controversial figure in UFO disclosure. Let's see. When I was growing up in Montana, I knew all of the nuclear missiles were shut down. I saw UFO. NORAD went to shut down for 44 minutes. Yeah, there's theories that the aliens are trying to scout our UFO system because they're trying to see what we're capable of doing. Maybe they want to stop us from doing nuclear war. Those are all possibilities about the alien monitoring or interference. Oh yeah, I like that. Just Dance, yeah. I know that would take a really advanced technology to completely hack into it and then turn them all off. So it must be working through some sort of sensor, all right? Some sort of sensory that it does that. Age of Disclosure in 2025 documentary film released on the good old day. Yeah. That limited Oscar qualifying theatrical USK. Cosmic Secrets. Wilcox, featured in the film, explores humanity's long lost cosmic origins and predicts global catastrophe based on his purported telegraph contact. You're interested to see if you have aliens messing around in Iran or something. Yeah, yeah, they could. There's definitely orbs that have been seen in the Middle East during the different conflicts that are going on. So yeah, that's possible. Okay. All right, this is his theories on disclosure. Mass ascension. He prophesied an approaching quantum leap in human evolution, where physical matter would transform into energy, often framing from 500,000 year cycle coming to ahead. The secret space program, along with Corey Good, Wilcox popularized the 20 and back theory, which claims that the military recruits people for 20-year missions on other planets before age regression and then returning them back to the original point in time. All right, Saw Girl, have a good sleep. Secret Space Program, along with Corey Goad, Wilcock popularized. All right, so along with Corey, okay, they popularized the theory of which claims that military recruits people over a 20-year mission before other planets, before age regressing them and returning them into the original point in time. Harkud said, also for full disclosure, my recent ex best friend is active in Space Force intelligence. She doesn't talk about her job, but there's a sketchy stuff going on up in space. I know that. Okay, that confirms the theories and things I've been seeing that there's something going on in space that they don't want us to know about. Like, for instance, with the Archimedes 2, there may have been some things going on up there that we haven't seen that they didn't want us to see. Well, that's why they may have cut it off for a second. So yeah, very good, very excellent information. Thank you for filling us in. I saw UFOs. Yeah. He advocated for the source field theory, suggesting that entire universe is alive and connected through non-local mind, governed by the law of one, the Kabul Illuminati. Warlock frequently claimed that the deep state was suppressing free energy and alien technology. Right. Oh yeah, yeah, they definitely are in Iraq. Iraq. Oh yeah, okay. Thank you, Raccoon, for telling us about that. It was scary as hell. Okay. Well, I'm glad you filled us in on that. I'm sure it was creepy. You know. Because those UFOs and those aliens are very strange. The ones that are not good that seem to attack people. Yeah, just hearing it's real is enough to make you feel spooked. Yeah, definitely. Exactly, Falcon. There's too many stories from prominent sources for them to be seen as nonsense. I agree. Yeah, because people throughout centuries talked about seeing UFOs, like long before we were here. I think that it's extremely crucial that they, show that, right? And hey, Virginia, welcome to the stream. All right, so why is every genius and SF guys working in Space Command with fake identities? You tell me. Oh, I think they're doing that to try to conceal the truth of what's really going on. They don't want people to know who these people really are, and they're trying to conceal it as much as possible. That's what I think. Yeah, Raccoon, it's possible that there might be things that they don't talk about as a form of censoring what's really going on. Like they want them to say only so much. Yeah, definitely. Right. And because everything should be discussed across the board about what really is and what isn't. You know, and that is what should happen. And I think if you don't like people don't talk about all the information, he will not get the whole narrative. So there has things that have not been said that need to be mentioned too. Like if you give people the mainstream narrative type information, it's good, but they need to also get more information about that as well. Raccoon said, "I know I saw an item showing someone was involving with Project Archimedes, but it wasn't that rocket on the news. It was a 21-year-old secret program." Wow, yeah, the secret programs are very eerie. I think because it's very strange about what these people can do that they don't tell us about. I mean, there's so many like people for years and years have a concealed identity. Working on some secret project is very very creepy. Yeah. All right. So let's see. Falcon says, "Do you have to say, excuse me if I'm being a bit personal, what ethnicity am I? I am white. That's what I am. From Europe." Hmm. Falcon, what did you think I am? And Raccoon says, "I heard allegedly China is also in space racing whatever we are trying to do with aliens first before we can." Okay, interesting. And also, yeah, China also has created Falcon. Just what ethnicity did you think I was? I'm curious. That's not an answer. And Raccoon says, "I've allegedly China is also a space racing whatever. We're trying to do aliens first, but before we can." Now, China has been doing stuff with AI technology, Spanish. Okay. And Spanish is still white. And I am a combination of things from Northern Europe and Southern Europe. I'm related to both ethnicities. Predominantly, I take after my Germanic side, or the side from the more Northern Europe. Although many people think I look Mediterranean, I actually, my opinion, look like the northern ancestors I have because I had darker hair, and but I am related to the Southern Europeans too. All right, thank you for asking. All right, Raccoon says, "So what exactly are you trying to do with space with aliens?" I think with the aliens, well, first of all, China they have these AI drones, these AI robots they created, and they could do kung fu and stuff like that. And that is something that I think is ahead of us in a lot of ways, which we need to catch up. I think Raccoon they want they want DNA. They want their you know DNA of their technology that they have. That's what they want. Oh, he was from Italy. That's cool. I have Italian. I have some of my ancestors were from Italy too. And Raccoon says so. I think aliens want they want the alien technology. That's what they want. The dealings with the governments and the dealings with the people on Earth. The reason why they're fooling with aliens is they want their technology. That's why. And Raccoon says, "I know I've lived with someone for 3 years that was freaked out about her job every day. And everyone there is self deletion and wants to quit. No idea what actually happens in Space Command." All right. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And Raccoon says, "I know lived with someone for 3 years and was freaked out about her job every day. Everyone there is, yeah. It does sound like it's a mentally tolling environment to be in. And it sounds like there's quite some dark things going on, and I'm sure there are secret technologies and stuff they know about that they have to keep on hiding. It may feel like they're living a double life, so it could be something traumatic for them. Raccoon says allegedly that wreck in Ohio is still there because they haven't been able to reverse engineer it. It was from like the 60s, and they still are trying to get it. I wonder why they haven't been able to retrieve it. Let's see. No, he said reverse engineer it. Oh, it's still there because they haven't been able to reverse engineer it. Oh, okay. And that it was from like the 60s. Okay, so there's still technology in there that they're trying to get to put into something else. I see. Raccoon says also know that the Space Command can see any of the irises anywhere on Earth in space. But yeah, the technology that they have is extremely advanced. Definitely. And they are able to do many things that we wouldn't even comprehend. And I think a lot of their technology did come from Alien originally, that they reverse engineered. So yeah, that is pretty spooky what they're able to do, and they could potentially do mass surveillance. Indeed. Raccoon says, "I heard what they wanted was figure out force field stuff so aircraft can move so much faster without gravity or air drag." Oh yeah, yeah. I'm sure they have all kinds of advanced craft that they use that we don't, to do stuff like that with. Yeah, they're trying to make it more futuristic. Raccoon says, "I can assure you, someone in Space Command is listening to our cat right now." I don't doubt it. So those are the people that might be, in my opinion, that are watching the other people. And Falcon said, "Hello, Space Command." Yes, yes. Yeah, so shout out to Space Command watching us. So that must be the group that watches people, because I've heard that they watch and monitor phone calls and stuff. So, you know, that must be that group that is doing it. Yeah. Yeah, Space Command must be a real tolling job for them, and it's much more deeply involved than people think. So it's probably kind of like a gray environment to be in. So it's basically, America's intelligence. Yes, resistance is futile. Yes, futile. Yes. Raccoon says, one time I called the ex and jokingly asked if the aliens were real, and she got 7 calls immediately and 3 emails she had to take on a polygraph test. There was a report. Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, I agree they listen to everything, yes. Yes. Raccoon says, I really like watching The X Files a long time ago, but we watched it so much eventually. If you've seen every episode 14 times, there's no point. Right. I think the X Files theme is brilliant. One time, X Files theme was my theme when I was in school. People declared that my theme. Okay, the Men in Black, or the MIB, are this organization that men wear suits and they have glasses, sunglasses, and they go and try to go to people that talk about UFOs or aliens and stuff like that, and try to censor them so they can't talk about what they're saying about these different things. And it's basically a government militaristic organization that comes to people's places to try to censor alien information and other government secrets. Oh, okay, Raccoon. Thank you. Understood. I see. It's almost like Mission Impossible. Yeah, it is very old, but it seems to be still operational today. Yeah, it's back in the 40s and 30s and stuff. Probably 40s up to now, and there's many different counters people had with them. Raccoon said one of the reasons we split up is because of her job. I have a normal life, and she's living in some other sort of life. But I got her in just saying stuff like aliens. Yeah, well, I think definitely. Yeah, I think basically, uh, y'all really cared about each other a lot, and the censorship about the aliens is very real. And I know that's something you're trying to conceal for a while, but yeah, definitely. Feel bad that it didn't work out, but you both, had a good relationship, and I mean, some sort of sense and cared about each other. It wasn't like a falling out for other reasons. Yeah, exactly, Rusty Dog. Okay, let's see. This right here. Yeah, so as I said, that let's see. When split because transferring, and I had kids here and leave. We split on good terms, which is hard for me. Oh, I'm sure it's very hurtful. You know that didn't work out. Oh, thank you, Raccoon. Yeah, we talk about this all the time. Yes. Yeah, definitely the CIA's been around for a long time. Oh, okay, Falcon. I mean, not Falcon. Okay, Raccoon. Thank you for coming, buddy. See you soon. Okay, and that is just not loading. It's kind of like Mission Impossible. That's what the story reminds me of when they're on a secret mission. They have to be disguised for whatever they have to do. So they have to live these separate lives. And when people are living two lives at the same time, it can really cause lots of issues. All right. And now also we'll say, um, very good one right there. Let's go here. Okay. Thank you, chat. Um, let's see. I'm just hanging out, waiting to see the doctor about my heart. It's only noon. It's raining. Drinking a beer, so just hang out, talking aliens. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I think that's good to have, and the aliens definitely are a very interesting topic to do. There seems to be lots of different alien races that exist as well. Okay, Falcon says it's 12:26 a.m. there. Okay, where I am, It's 9:26 a.m. where I am. Yeah, so that sounds very relaxing. Raining and a beer and just hang out talking about aliens. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, they just one sec. I think they probably could live forever. Yeah, I think a lot of the aliens, like the worker bee, they're like biological drones. The Greys. Yeah, they're obsessed with alien tech. You know, and aliens, the gray aliens especially, could be biological worker drones. And there's another theory, Raccoon, that the aliens come from another dimension. So the theory is that they're interdimensional. They come from that dimension to this dimension. Oh, there's a theories that the aliens live among us. That's another possibility. And what that alien theory suggests that the aliens were, you know, around. They created alien human hybrids, or they have aliens disguised as humans, and that's where a lot of them come from. That they may still be living among us. Raccoon says the kid's mom can't have a conversation, but she can count cards and teach math at college. Something weird. Oh, okay. Okay. I got you. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like, as I said, reminds me of Mission Impossible. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So this is how you would interpret that. The way you would interpret that is the fallen angels, or whatever they were, mixed with the Nephilim. They mixed with humans and create the Nephilim. And there's still traits of that still around, right? So the Nephilim genes are all over the world. So yes, I do think some humans have some of the alien DNA. Yeah. Yes, I agree. Yeah, I also think it's a spiritual thing. So the interdimensional theory is that the aliens don't really look like the way they look here, but they're from another dimension and they come over here looking the same way. My theory is that the gray aliens are these bots that they possess, and their spirit leaves it and goes back to the other dimension in certain situations. Okay, and Raccoon says she clearly is not a three, but she can remember every card, and now that percentage is winning based off of the math 15 card games. So you tell me I don't know. Well, that sounds very cool. That sounds very cool. I think that people, learn things in all kinds of different ways. So, very cool information. And I do believe people, there's something called the indigo children where they have special abilities that are beyond like our realm of understanding. And, like people that are gifted, talented very well could have some alien DNA in them. Not saying that's the only reason they could have alien DNA in them, but there are people that may have alien abilities to be able to do things like a supercomputer. It's alleged that it came from aliens. Oh, Raccoon, I do agree with you. That when the more people try to avoid something, it's especially how everything's a little technical and the technology they have. Like, for instance, if I think of something, there'll be an ad for it. So I do agree with you that the surveillance is just something not likely to get away from. Well, photographic memory is good. That's like being like a robot or being like AI. Yeah, and photographic memory certainly would serve you well. Yeah. One weird thing that happened to me is that when I was 19, it got girlfriend pregnant, and she forced me to have an wow, abortion, and I thought about a little girl for 20 years. Wow, that really is very devastating. Oh yes, yes, yes. Condolences for loss. Raccoon said, "When I'm born 6 years, when born 6 years ago, she came out and knew I was, and soon as I said could talk about 6 months later, she asked where her other mother was." Oh, very interesting. Interesting. Wow. Yeah, definitely believe in stuff like that happening. I believe God's a great planner, and He could orchestrate things that happen like that. God always has a way of coming back. Yes, yes. There's another dimension that's somewhere from not on Earth. I agree. I agree. Raccoon says, "I also have a twin sister, and I can hear her thoughts anywhere. How does that happen to most twins?" Well, you know what's something I oh some people I know, like I'm very close to, we have like a telepathic connection, and like we know what the other person's thinking. Like, we're both linked. So either it's something from God or gave you all that connection somehow, or there could be alien experiments or cloned humans, and it could be from thousands of years ago, some genetic trait that trickled down to where you are. It could have been done a long time ago, or it was something recent. It could have been an alien experiment, or it could have been something else entirely. And twins to experiment to clone humans. Yeah, yeah, and because sometimes let's see, if if Sally starts laughing and Boulder right now are crying. I just start and not know at first, and she's in Boulder 70 miles off. Oh, oh. And we're just talking about Boulder. So that seems like some synchronicity right there. Right. So yeah, it's almost like you're like the same person, like linked together. Like you would take an atom from one place and put it on another place, like in Japan and California, and they both move together at the same time. It's like you're both two different people with the same consciousness. Really interesting. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. So, like, if she just starts laughing, you start laughing too. Yeah, yeah. So I think it's a pretty cool experiment that both of you share some consciousness. Oh, you used to be mad at her, and you'd say, "Why are you laughing? What are you laughing about? I'm at work." Oh, I imagine you're like at a meeting or something. You're just chilling there, and all of a sudden you hear laugh. You know, you just start laughing, and you're like, "Dang it!" Yeah. Raccoon says, I think the twin alien connection would be interesting to take hard look at. Now that AI is real and people are cloning people for real, you never know. Oh, Raccoon, I completely agree with you. And I think there's probably certainly truth to that. That's what I was talking to you about the Indigo children. That the people are able to have this supernatural type of connection with each other or other things. And I definitely think it's possible you both could be, 'cause the aliens did experiments. They do experiments on people, and they do create offspring or do tweaking on offspring. So it's possible that the they took both your consciousness and linked them together as a part of an experiment. So I definitely believe raccoon. I definitely believe that's possible. Definitely. KS. I believe MK Ultra is still in full effect. Absolutely. It's rogue and it's still being used on civilization today through various media outlets, etc. Oh, hello, Jenny. Welcome. Raccoon, exactly because it's going on now. It's going on right now. Like, there's things. I remember on TV one night, I was seeing a woman on TV that was talking about her abduction story she had. And she was abducted by aliens and she had these offspring and stuff. So, no, it's still happening now. Like, it may have been in the ancient past, but they're still are doing the same thing these days. Jenny, yes. We recently talked about that earlier, and it's very, really upsetting that he passed away. Of He was, he deleted himself. So yeah, we talked about him earlier. Rest in peace to David Wilcox. Now, Raccoon says the other weird thing is that why do things happen? I was not planning on getting on this. I was going look at airplanes and still ended up here sharing alien experiences. Well, I believe that you know you were brought here for a reason, and I'm glad that you came on the show tonight. I mean, today it's daytime. I'm glad that you came here to you were meant to be here. Yeah. So yeah, it's very shocking. Very shocking. Jane, apparently it was Boulder, my sister's house. Sad. Yeah. I just don't know what to think about it. It's so strange. But yeah, Jenny, we were talking about how it's strange that there's another UFO researcher that was also uh, not alive anymore either, and there's those 11 scientists that are missing. So it is very strange, and I'm sure there's going to be different conspiracy theories made about the death. The biggest mystery to me is the stuff like pilots see. I assure you, the targeting system FA-18s don't make up UFOs, but they saw them. Oh yeah. Oh, those pilots definitely see those UFOs all the time. Yeah. And we don't know exactly what they were. Yeah, Jenny, they may have found out some information or new things that they didn't want us to know about. Like with antimatter and anti-gravity, also with some UFO information, and they didn't want people to know, so that's probably why they took them out. Yeah. Oh, Falcon. Yeah, that's a good question, bro. Is he? Oh, yes, KS. We heard about it and we talked about it on the show earlier. Thank you for uh, the heads up. Falcon said, "Yeah, the song stuck in your head. I know what that's like. It can be very annoying. Oh, it's like a song worm. They call it. Let's see. How the F do you deny that? Oh, I know that USAF pilots. They are not jokers. Their job very seriously. Yeah, I know exactly. I agree. Oh, do you mean my beard? Without my beard, is that what you mean? Yeah. Oh, with the beard, I shave it off sometimes, and sometimes I have it on. Yeah. Yeah. So without the beard, yeah, I look the same. I have a what's called a youthful face, like a baby face, which I like. Without my hair on my head, that hair, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really don't know what I'd look without my hair. That's something interesting to think about. Yeah, and let's see, Falcon, not Falcon, Raccoon says everyone in the chat said about David. Sad he doesn't. Yes, and KS, it's something I've not thought about before. Now, I definitely prefer to keep the hair in my head, but I know there are some people that don't have hair. But yeah, I certainly am known for the hair that I have as my signature part of my look. Is what it is. Thanks for your question, KS. And Raccoon says, so you'll say this one more time. Anyone in chat, don't delete yourself. You matter, I promise. Yes, absolutely. And oh, thank you, John. Some people think it's a bicycle helmet. No, some people think it's a bicycle seat. So, thank you. And yeah, definitely every life is valuable and every person is important. Yeah, taking a life is not an option people need to take. Yeah, you can see the resemblance uh, to a bicycle seat. Yeah. Raccoon says, I mean that if you're at the end of your rope, am here anytime, struggle to someone sometimes. Yes. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Well, shout out to you, Raccoon. Glad that you are here to help. Yes. Getting a song stuck in your head is scientifically known as the involuntary musical imagery or earworm. It is a common phenomenon experienced by about 90% of people. It occurs when your brain's auditory and memory circuits get caught in repetitive feedback loop. Oh yeah, John. Imagine someone sat on my hat. Scared. Sat on my yeah. Scared. I just thought that Jack Sparrow got drunk and started talking about aliens. Well, yeah. Thank you, Raccoon. Yeah, definitely seems like that for a moment. Yeah, I've been. Many have said I'm. They thought I'm Jack Sparrow. Yeah, and yeah, that is definitely a interesting thing to see Jack Sparrow talking about aliens on the high seas. Okay, brain architecture. The phonological loop, a part of your working memory that processes sound, connections your auditory cortex, a memory, and emotion sensors. When this loop is active, but you aren't focused on task, it idles by replaying the music fragments. One other weird thing is that people's brains are all different. We aren't all the same. Yeah. The brain is so complex. We don't even completely understand it. Yeah. And everybody's different, just like different fingerprints. Recent exposures, hearing a song recently in the most frequent cause, association, seeing a word, feeling an emotion, or even a specific smell can trigger a memory of a song associated with that stimulus. Yeah, okay, yeah, there's a point where you realize that everyone processes something differently. Yeah. Songs, simple, fast paced melodies, repetition can be a sticker. Yeah, and that's one of my mottos is think different because everybody thinks differently and sees things differently, which I think is quite fascinating. And it makes us good and iron sharpens iron. You know, it's a good to be different. Not all people being the same. You know, you see, Like think about a bunch of cogs in a machine, right? Like a bunch of people that are all gray. With all the different colors, there's all kinds of different things. That's why like people have different opinions about stuff is good because it shows free will and different opinions. And we're not always gonna be right about everything, but everybody's like a different shade, like a rainbow, right? You have like everybody's different shade of different colors of a color spectrum. No color gets it right. Every single color is not completely white, right? Every single color is a different color. But all the light shines through us anyway. So yeah, we're all gonna have differences. No one's gonna get it 100% right, but we all are quite similar in the broader sense of things. Raccoon says, I didn't understand why people struggle in college. I just happened to have incredible memory. I had 4.0 GPA and dropped out a week before graduating because I was bored. Yeah, I think with the education system, there's all kinds of other things people can do besides that. But college is good for people that need to do a certain trade of some kind, and you're very bright, and it's really cool that you had that and you did good with it. And it can be boring. I never been to it myself, but it can be boring, I would think. So Steve Jobs and Bill Gates dropped out, and they made like a big thing what they did. All right, so let's see. I didn't understand. Okay, let's see. And a lot of people go to college, and I can't remember anything. Somehow they turned out to be super educated doctors and scientists. Yeah, I do think alien DNA could have something to do with it. Yes, I agree. Because there's theories that aliens are time travelers from thousands of years from now that came back here. There's a theory about that. Raccoon says, my twin sister is the actual doctor that helps the bilingual kids who are mental physically disabled, and she has to work her ass off to graduate from college. So she has a doctorate and MD. She's very smart, and I'm glad. That's very cool that she helps those kids. Very good. And because people, someone has to do it, and she said very hard work and dedication. Yes, yes, we all are very different with how we process things. I agree. It's like it's so different, but like a scale. There are many different skills that people possess of variations about how they react and do things in their daily lives and stuff. Because everybody processes and learns and things differently. I think that's one of the most human things about us. We're not all the same, like a bunch of drones. Timu drones. Cute. Because people all over the place, like, aren't unified. Like, you might have a unified way of thinking, but a lot of people are not unified in general, but they all could be different. Like you could have someone see something different, another person see something exactly the same as the other person. All that is very probable. So, and it's good to help each other out. Like when someone learns something differently, or the brains process things differently, it's good to have others there to help fill the gaps and help people see things the way it's supposed to be. It's kind of like the human race being reliant on each other rather than all thinking independently. Because you got to remember, if everybody was just the same, it would be boring, it wouldn't be good, and it wouldn't be free will. So that's why there's all these different variations. You know, so yeah, with the interdimensional hypothesis, that is what, with Einstein Rosen's theory, these things could pass in from one dimension to another dimension. So the aliens are remote viewing from somewhere else, but projecting their consciousness into these different bodies that are flying around all over the place. That is definitely what could be. And if you have too many people that, like, well, they'll see a UFO, and you have some people that be abducted by them, those are some of their origins. I do believe there's aliens in other planets, but I also think that some of them could be from other realms or from other, demons or angels, things like that. Now, there's allegedly certain hybrid animals too, as well, that exist. The Book of Enoch talks about how they had different alien-human hybrids that mixed together to create what we have now. And hybrids with animals and hybrids with humans and things of the sea. So I believe that UFOs a lot of times do come from the water, from the sea, and they go from other dimensions to here. Like says, they go to a landing pad underwater, right underwater. They could go to, or they could go float out of it and come out of it that way. So that's why I think with UFOs, it's fascinating to know that people will see them from all over the place. And I think that Bigfoot is an extraterrestrial, interdimensional thing too. That's why there's so much of the ocean has never been explored. Because when people are shots Mary Toodles, because when people are exploring from things from underwater that way, they could find some more of the alien bases. And maybe we could even see Gerald the dolphin also. Everything okay? Yeah. Everything's good, thank you. Yeah, so the aliens underwater, there's these, large platforms that they're going on. These with the size of a football field. These bases that they go on. So yeah, as I said, I think that they're just, there's sea creatures too we don't know about that are there that we need to investigate too. So although we should help people that are starving and people that are having problems in the world, if we're going to explore something, we could explore the deep oceans. He needs an alien baddie. Yeah. Well, they do have those on. I think Venus. They have them, and they have them in other parts of the galaxy too. Yeah. They'll have the alien clubs. They're baddies out of this world. Yeah. So that's what happens all the time in different regions of the oceans that need to be discovered. And I really look forward to seeing alien disclosure at some point because there's so much information. I'm glad eventually they're releasing files and they're going to confirm that the information was there. So it is extremely important for people to be open-minded to these type of things because anything can happen to anybody. So I'm glad that it's being taken more seriously by the media and everybody and the government too. Because there was a time where aliens theories were not taken seriously. So that's why I think it's an innovation that finally the time is coming for that. Yeah. See, and we will be ending this stream soon. To let you all know. Anybody has any final thoughts about anything? Feel free to say it. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, those are my thoughts with the aliens and what they could be and what people experience and stuff like that. Very good conversation. Okay, Raccoon says, "What is the deal with Obama talking about aliens?" Okay, so the deal with Obama talking about aliens was, I don't know if it was a coordinated thing that they were doing to bring light to the alien theory. I don't know if that's what it was, but yeah. So Obama was on a podcast on a show, and he was saying that he hasn't seen them, but there are aliens. And then Trump was saying he was doing a threat to national security, so he has to go and declassify the information. So it could have been something both of them teamed up about to release the alien information for the public. And Obama was like giving like low key disclosure. Now, some people think Obama wants to be the first president to give disclosure about aliens, and that's why he did it on the show. But I don't know if it was a coordinated thing they were working together on, or if it was something that he was trying to get first. Yeah. So that Obama was confirming that they're aliens. Frank, I'm right here in your face. I am real. Yeah. So then Trump said that he was going to release the UFO files. So they made a website. Yes, I am. There's aliens.gov that was created by the government. Okay. And when that happened, they have a domain that is going to release UFO files. So we'll see. And Trump was saying there's very interesting information there. So we're going to see if there's useful information there about UFOs, or if it's just going to be a load of nonsense. Oh, okay, Frank. A little scared, Frank. Oh yeah, in 2026, I believe that anything could be real in 2026. But of course, there's so many hoaxes and things that we don't always know what is and what isn't. Frank, I agree with you. I believe they're demons. Yes. I don't think they're all demons. Frank, I think that some are demons and some are not demons. I think it just depends. There also could be time travelers too. But yeah, I do believe that there are fallen watchers that are disguised as aliens. Yeah, I believe in that theory as well. Hey, KS says, do you believe in clone of humans alien? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I believe in clones. And there's definitely technology that they're concealing. Yeah, he pops on at the end. Yeah. Okay, Kat, that is your opinion, and that's fine. Whatever it's something, whatever it is, it is. But thank you for your take on this. Uh, do you think our country, United States, has some type of agreement with the Greys? Yeah, I agree. They have an agreement with the aliens to get their technology, and they can abduct humans. Greys, do you think they have some type of agreement, a technology agreement with the United States, in exchange for human body souls? Yeah, Frank, I definitely agree with that. Yes. Okay, Frank, tell me your story about what happened in Nevada. Sure. Nevada is a place where there's lots of it's a government testing goes on there, and there's lots of UFO sightings there. Oh, thank you, KS. I appreciate it. Yeah. All right. So Frank says I was out driving in Nevada when I was having a problem when I pulled over and something heard was in the bushes. Sounded like a bird, but it wasn't a bird. It was a white child. Oh wait. Oh, okay. That may have been some sort of either a cryptid, you think, or an alien or a gray alien of some kind. Because there's also cryptids, and human alien hybrids. Okay, so I'm listening. Child looked like it was wearing some type of spacesuit or something. It was very snug, and the body had white hair and white skin. Okay, okay. Yeah, very interesting. Uh, and they are known to create hybrids, and aliens themselves can even be those things too. And they can just appear out of nowhere because they're interdimensional. Also, oh, okay, Frank. Well, thank you for telling me your story about that. There's definitely UFO sightings and alien sightings in Nevada and cryptids too. So, very interesting. Tyler, I believe that I exist. I'm right here in front of you. You know, if the aliens themselves came down and said they weren't real, then they did it. But if they haven't done that, then it hasn't been debunked. Frank said, so the lady in the check-in counter asked me what's wrong. I told her the story, and she was like, "Oh, you saw that tall whites?" I said, "Tall whites. One was a child." Okay. Yeah, the tall whites are a type of alien. Yes, that we've talked about here. Well, thank you, Frank, for telling me your story. Yeah, yeah, it definitely sounds like an experience of the tall whites because they're these. I've talked about them. They can be very big. They can get very big, and it's a variation of the grays. You are. It's my pleasure, Frank. And if people disagree with about alien theories, it's okay. Like Tyler Scott's opinion is welcome too. That's fine. Although I disagree with him, this is an open discussion about these things. Oh, okay. Well, it's an honor. It's an honor. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah. A lot of times, people on these streams will, they. I'm glad they feel comfortable about opening up to me about their experiences. All right. Tyler says UFOs are based in faith, just like religion, especially since all of the big videos have been debunked. Therefore, most logical conclusion to hold is that UFO agnosticism. Can't you prove it till they come down publicly? Well, the thing is that it's one of those things that you can't really, in my opinion, completely disprove it or maybe even prove it. But I've seen them myself. I saw UFOs before, and there's people here on the channel that have seen it in person. And to say that they're making it up, I think is wrong. And you got to remember another thing that Tyler that can be used is that people have been believing in aliens. Um, in ancient times, different religions talked about seeing flying things in the sky, and some of their gods were depicted similar to the Greys. So before our technology, people were depicting these things. So it's one of those things. You ever see a movie or something where they don't believe that something's real, but it really is? I don't want to be that person that didn't believe in something that really was there, even if it didn't make any sense. I believe, Tyler, I agree there are a lot of fakes. I believe that there are our own craft that could be mistaken for UFOs, but I do think there has to be something else out there in general. But I think some things they're seeing in the sky and alien experiences could be something from another realm or another planet or something like that.
There's even a theory of time travelers. But yeah, but I hear what you're saying, Tyler. And if something is fake, I want to know that for certain, and I'm glad that you brought that to my attention because it's good to know. All right, Frank said, live in California, and off the California is Catalina Island. Believe that there is a base other side of the island, and that's not seen in front of the mainland underwater and sea base. It's true under the Great Pyramid of Giza, the pillars copper all the way down, and some mercury. Mercury was used to generate was a pyramid is a power. Yes, yes, it was a power plant. I've heard about that before. And although I think humans are capable of all kinds of things, I do think it's possible that those aliens, those extraterrestrials, did somehow help them create those pyramids or instructed them to do it. All over the world, adjacent line, you can see UFOs everywhere. Like not UFOs, but pyramids, like all adjacent to each other. Okay, Tyler, understood. And there is a lot of military craft that is being used. Now, I do think it's possible that some of our technology did come from the aliens themselves. Like they reverse engineered them. But I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. And Frank said the Egyptian pharaohs were given technology, and they had technology was lost, or you could say technology was taken away. When I believe the Anunnaki left Earth. Yeah, yeah. And when they left Earth, they took it with them, but they did teach humans things about making, ships and making, metals and swords and maths and sciences. I do think that the aliens did teach them about that also. All right, right. Flying ships are actually stone and lip grass, but the powers he does not want to show that to us. Right, right. And I think it is very strange that a lot of these nuclear scientists and physicists have been disappearing. That's something I think is, very sus. You are correct. It's 11 now. Oh, I agree, Frank. I agree. And the fallen sons, of God came down and went to Earth and caused this great deception. I agree that the military is operating aircraft and other things in certain areas that can easily be confused with UFO types. Yeah, exactly. Raccoon. Oh, right, right. I believe that scientists are missing, and the ones about search and sleeper cells. Yeah, and I believe that DARPA. I know a guy who knows a guy who works for them. Oh, really cool. Really cool. Yeah, it is fascinating how so many people can, see the same things in the sky and not know what they are. And I think that the 11 people that were missing, they knew about some sort of technology they didn't want to be released. They knew something about the UFO theory that they didn't want to be put out there. So that is why people all over the place got to be aware of what these things could be. Oh, work at Skunk Works. Okay. Right. Remember, I saw a UFO and I have no reason to make it up. Yes, raccoon, I know. But people will think you're making it up, but because the video was debunked. But I know what you, raccoon. I know what you saw. I know what I've seen. There's so many people on this platform that I've talked to that have seen aliens or UFOs. So yeah, it's everywhere, all over the place. Thousands of people. This channel got 50,000 views in the last 28 days. And in those thousands of people have come here and talked about their experiences. So yeah, everywhere. It's not just one person. It's not just they're yeah they're debunked videos, but it doesn't mean that every single encounter was hoaxed. I mean, just like if someone's in the middle of nowhere and they see a UFO or they get abducted and you say that it's not real, it's very damaging. Oh, I didn't know about that. Okay, so oh, hello, Gregortron. Oh, we're talking about aliens right now. Oh yeah, the aliens appearing over the White House. I didn't hear about that, but if it happened, I definitely believe it's it's them, coming by. Definitely. Greg, we are talking about alien encounters people have had. Like people on this show have seen aliens or people don't believe in aliens. Oh, hello Tat. Yeah, yeah. I am Lewis and Clark. Yeah. And I'm also a pirate from the high seas too. So, yeah. Thank you for that, Tat. Crafting. I am the galactic sparrow, not crack. I only crack the sound waves with my flying saucer on the high seas. All right. So I was told by a reliable source that some of the aliens here are here to harvest gold. Earth has the gold is harvested because the aliens need to spend their atmosphere and small particles to keep the sun from destroying their planet, but in our universe. Right. I own a business and community known as Volunteer Church. Kid's mom, professor, sister, and medical doctor. There's no benefits for me to make this up. Yes, I agree. Okay, so let's see. KS says when you on the other chat, I said, "Do you have human feelings? Are you really from another dimension?" Oh, I definitely have human feelings, and I could be from the ninth dimension, maybe. And that is what it is. Chaos. Yeah, the ninth dimension, and I have human feelings most of the time. Frank said the moon is also a spaceship. I wouldn't doubt it. If you ever start a business telling people you saw a UFO is not a good business model. Yeah, I agree. It definitely isn't. Oh, okay. So the moon is a spaceship that showed up a long time ago. I got you. People used to think the moon was a big block of cheese. NASA crashed a satellite on the moon and made a sound that lasted 4 days. The moon is hollow. Ah, yeah. Okay. Okay. Raccoon said, "What are the weirdest things that I've experienced in life when I saw an ocean, an tide movie, the entire ocean from the moon, like 19 feet up and then down? It also affects women's cycles." Oh, yes, yes. You are correct about affecting women's cycles, and that's very interesting. I'm not saying anything particular about the moon. I'm just saying it's effing weird that it controls the Earth so much. Yeah, it's almost like it's keeping the Earth and holding it hostage in a way, and just controlling its every move. It being a spaceship is a good hypothesis. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure that was a very crazy thing to see. Yeah, I know. I know. It's almost like you're like in a movie. If you look at the archive footage, the astronauts who came back from the moon, they look scared, panicked, and even one of the astronauts says, "We are not alone." Oh wow. Oh. A raccoon. I think that the moon landing could have been staged to some extent. Yes. It just there's one video of them filming it. The the thing going back to Earth, and it's like they left the cameraman behind. I guess. So yeah, I do think that parts of it were staged. I do believe we went to the moon, but I believe that parts of it were, like the videos and stuff could have been staged because we were in a Cold War with Russia at the time, in my opinion. I just have questions about it. Yeah. So you'll say that it never went to the moon and all that was done on a studio to stage trick the Russians. Yeah, because we were in a space war. We were in a space race with Russia. But yeah, I believe we went to the moon, but not at that time that they said we went to the moon. And Frank said we never went back to the moon because we were told not to go back. Right. Right. But it doesn't mean that it wasn't staged and there saw classified information. Right, right. Just like when we went to Antarctica, the whole armada went up to Antarctica, looked for Nazi people, and they ran into aliens telling them to never come back to Antarctica. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think there's something strange going on in Antarctica. You know, it just doesn't add up. There's more to it than meets the eye. Definitely. Oh yeah, and they could have just been freaked out knowing it was real. Yeah, yeah. So is there a pronouncing pronunciation of your name, an alien that could translate into English? Yeah, it would be raptor. In English, it would be raptor. And Raccoon says, I know a fair amount of USAFs and test pilots. I have a hard time believing they did anything except keep their mouth shut. If they saw something, they knew. They knew it. Right. I am not from the reptilian clan, but I am a shapeshifter, though. All right. How did you become an alien? Were you born alien, or MK Ultra changed your body? No, I'm not from the reptilian clan, and it was for another dimension, and the consciousness was fused into this body. Right. I am from the clan of Eros aliens, which are from Planet 10. That's where I'm from. Oh, right, right, Raccoon. I definitely agree. A good point. Hey, Frank said, sorry, so are you enjoying the human space suit since your consciousness was infused in the body? What happens when the soul, the body, once you were infused? Oh, the body and the soul are bound together, and I am enjoying the human experience a lot. Yes. Raccoon says, I don't know if people unfamiliar with the military understand how much money and training is dumped into the Air Force pilots. They don't mess around. If they are, they see something they did. Right. It says, "Were you alien from your birth?" I was an alien in this world, always human. Frank said, "What about the human soul? Does it feel cheated? Are you invited, invade the body, or practice infusion? Was it consent?" Yes, it's all consensual. And although there is a longing to go back into space, you know, the mission of Earth is much more important. So it's mostly, you don't even notice that you are an alien. You just have to say nanu nano to yourself and you snap out of it. Raccoon says yes, I did say that. Nanu nanu. I did say that. Raccoon said they spent 1.7 bill to second airman in Iran because it's cheaper than training a new co-pilot for 22 years. Yeah. Yeah, you get something done much quicker. Yes. Yeah, Mork. Yeah, that's the show it came from. That's true. Correct. Raccoon says the first time you solo a jet, they are already dumped 3.5 million in training on you. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, millions of dollars were dumped into that. Definitely. And Frank said, "I think you're funny. I don't think you thought I was old enough to know Nanu Nanu." Oh, yeah. Well, uh, I was hoping somebody would know that reference. I'm glad you did. It was a very good show. I don't think they could speak English. Scared. It's all gone with the wind. Speaking of Robin Williams, it's also sad you never know what's going on with someone. Looks like they're super successful and everything is perfect in their lives. He speaks Spanglish. Okay. Okay. Scared. Yeah, and yeah. At the moment we're talking about aliens and pirates and stuff. That's the topic we're staying on. Yeah, and also I think that with with aliens, it is extremely important to you know, the time travel theory is very interesting. Allegedly, J Rod, there's something called Project Yellow Book, and these aliens give. Okay, let's see. Frank said, let's see. Frank said, "What are your thoughts about President Roosevelt having a secret meeting with aliens and a treaty with an agreement? Any thoughts?" Okay, President Truman. Okay, I think that with President Truman, it is extremely wicked that they sold us out for alien technology, and they don't even give it to us to help us for anything. They're just using it for the military purposes, and I think that is wrong. And Raccoon says, "Go to doctor because there's something wrong, heart, and only 45. So I don't think that there's time to go hug when Eleanor was born 7 years ago." Yeah, I was trying to find things on that, but there wasn't really much information to see. Let's see. Raccoon, I definitely can see what you mean there. Yeah, yeah. I've heard things about them. Yeah. Truman actually disappeared, and nobody could find out where the president was. He secretly disappeared and found in Nevada, where he had secret meeting with alien. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Raccoon, for your take on that. Understood. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. E3, I agree. The CIA was created on September 18, 1947. That is true, E3. They don't like the name of Jesus. Yeah. So, yeah, the blood oaths, yeah, that's very sus. Oh, the reason why, because there's something called the Fallen Watchers. And the Fallen Watchers were these entities that came down and they went with Earth women and they created these hybrids. So these Watchers are the same things that we know as aliens, allegedly. And that's why I don't like the name of Jesus. They are, demonic entities. Reptilians are part of them too. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely a triangular craft is real. Yeah. Yes, KS. I believe that the Watchers are reptilians. Yes. They're connected with them. Yeah. Because a lot of the Watchers were described as being serpent entities. Watchers were angels that were kicked out of heaven. They found women and then they went into course created the Nephilim. Yes. The Greys are like worker drones. You know, they're biological drones. Like say like they project their consciousness into the gray alien and they do whatever they want with it and they could dispose of it and choose another gray alien to go into. So yeah, those are also them too. Yeah. Correct, Frank. That is true. Yes. When National Security Act of 1947 went into effect, signed by President Harry S. Truman, the act established say as independent civilian intelligence agency coordinated into national security intelligence, replacing previous intelligence groups. The little Martian dudes, I don't know much about them, but one I've heard about too. They are, I do believe they're aliens from other planets, okay? I believe that they exist. Like the Ebians are probably real. I think those creatures you speak of may be part of the, or it could be some other type of alien species. All right, so yeah, a chat, get along, and do not fight each other. Thank you. Okay, Raccoon says he was just teasing. Okay, because I heard of fights happening. Yeah, we have to get along. All right. So let's see. KF says, "Do you think 2030 there will be a zombie pandemic? I mean, people will turn emotionless and change human body." Okay, so that's what I think. I think basically in those situations you speak of in 2030, I don't know enough about a zombie apocalypse happening. I have to go research it, but it very well could be. Oh, hello, Journey. Welcome back. All right, both of you need to take some deep breaths. All right. Yeah. E3. I don't really know if they're nice. They seem pretty neutral. Okay, raccoon's laughing. Yeah, and sometimes people do text messages. There can be misunderstandings that could happen, maybe, but yeah, people certainly respect each other and not have any types of fights. And just talk about the alien stuff we're talking about. Frank has been providing good information, so has Raccoon about the alien stuff. So that's good. All right, and yeah, Frank, Raccoon. All right, exactly. Okay. All right. So size of planets. Yeah, the insectoids aliens are a very fascinating type of alien. The insectoids both are and oh yeah, okay. Yeah, but chat, you know, we have to just stay on the topic, and not try to cause a fight right now. Okay. And yeah, there are types of aliens called insectoid aliens also. And with the insectoids, they are like mantises. That's what they look like. They look similar to mantises. Yeah, So yeah, just sometimes in text messages, people can take things wrong. Like someone could be trying to joke with somebody, and someone may think that they meant something else. It happens in text all the time. All right. So anyway, all right. So anyway, yeah. So there's something called the insectoid aliens, and the the insects, they are mantises. So there's some aliens that look like mantis, like praying mantises, and that's something that I think is an interesting situation because people have definitely seen those entities before. Okay. So yeah, they're very malevolent. Yeah. Now everybody here is welcomed. All different groups, and everybody's welcome here. Um, but if people want to joke and have different humor and stuff, that's different. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Interesting. One of the pictures I took, a figure appeared all black and has head of human and body of donkey, and it has hooves. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, that's probably one of those hybrid creatures. Mhm. Yeah. So as I said, I think that you know the insectoid aliens are real, the manticids, and they are pretty cool. Laughter is the best medicine. Yeah. So raccoon didn't mean it in a bad way. He was just messing around. Okay. But as I said, over text messages, it happened to me before. I've been upset at people. One of my best friends has gotten wars with me in the past over text messages. Say he misinterpreted something I said, or even on the phone. So yeah, definitely that can happen. So that's why um, emotions can be heated, but yeah, it depends what the intentions of the actions were. Okay. So, oh, you see faces in the window, scared. Oh, you see faces in the woods, yeah, scared. Yeah, the insect aliens are freakish. I agree, definitely. Jerry says, so do you have the head of an alien, the body of an insect, or what? Oh, it looks like a praying mantis, like a giant praying mantis. It's the whole thing's a bug, but they're aliens. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I believe, although I don't recommend doing those drugs can help people can access those other dimensions you're not supposed to see. And you can have freakish trips because you're seeing other things and other dimensions you weren't supposed to really know about. So, yeah, that's very interesting that you saw that. Yep, those are the manticids. Oh, okay, the faces are in the leaf. Yeah, oh, that's definitely they could be there. Let's see. And look, Journey, I wouldn't be surprised if you had some that were the insect head and the body of another one like that. Oh yeah, I'm sure it was baffling what you saw. Definitely. Yeah, they're camouflaged with the foliage. Yes, that's true. That's true. Yes, if it's alien or not, there's weird things in the woods. I agree. Definitely. Yes, I do sleep KS, and I probably should go. Eventually, end this. It's just this conversation is real intriguing. But yeah, I may sleep. You know, probably should do it more often. Okay. One door slammed when I was a kid, and I couldn't access brown rooms. Okay. I grew up in Montana, and I saw a bunch of weird stuff in the woods that definitely weren't aliens, but it was weird. Yeah. I don't know if I have time before I have to go to doctor, but I should tell you guys about a ghost steer happened in '95. Okay, Raccoon, tell us about the ghost steer. Okay. All right. So, anyway, the E3 have seen some of the realms and thought of what overcomes and have the fifth or fourth dimension or sixth dimension. Yep, yep. You definitely saw those. Yes. Yeah, correct. Each thought a creature creates an entity. Yes. Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah, they probably were entities. I agree with your hypothesis. Journey says so. I thought it was a fairy had on picture and film, but she doesn't have any wings. Okay, interesting. I guess either it's something else or maybe some of them don't have wings. Oh, she has a crown and a dress. Yeah, and maybe it's a special ranking fairy. Sometimes I wonder if there are simulations that creates simulations of the creatures, what purpose and their existence serve. Well, I mean, a lot of it's mysterious. I think God had them for things, and they were supposed to act realms for stuff, and then a lot of them fell away and became corrupted. So whatever the original purpose of it has been distorted. There's these higher dimensions that are going like up like a ladder. Our yogi, hello mate, yo ho. Yeah. All right. It was certainly the woods have all kinds of strange things in them. Definitely. So in the high seas in my spaceship. Imagining a boat scene when Captain Jack rides the sinking boat on a sinking boat. Yeah. Yeah. Do you think everybody could see turn normal things, whether to be in the air? Oh. I think some people have a better ability to see it than others. That's what I think. My ship is gone. That's what happened to it. So right now, I'm on another ship right now. The Pearl is down encapsulated. Trying to think of the word. Yes. It is over there in a state of magic, which I'm solving the puzzle of getting it out. I can't do anything without my ship. All right, thanks, Raccoon. There's a new enemy that's probably interdimensional that encapsulated the Pearl in a magical state of being frozen inside a swamp with only half of it being seen. And it just sits there in suspense like that. And you can only see a part of only a part of the Pearl. So I'm solving with my fellow crew. We're on a quest to go and save the Pearl from the magical spell of the interdimensional being. Yes, Yogi, you could help us in our adventure of getting the Pearl out of the spell bound swamp. Raccoon said, in 95, I was walking after work by the Mill Creek and blooded deer hunting in near dark after work. I was probably like 13 or so. Okay. Yeah, after dark, a lot of things can happen that could be scared. I am 28. That's how old I am. Raccoon said, it started snowing, and I realized that it was going to dark, and I turned around and saw the ghost deer. Oh, okay. What'd the ghost deer look like? It looked like a deer that was a bluish light. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Did it send you a message or did it go away? Like, what did it do? How, Yogi, I do basically what I do is, for now, this. I I mainly focus on doing YouTube, and I like to look at court cases. That's what I like doing. And here we talk about aliens and UFOs and things like that, and also court cases. and pretty much everything else. Like anything else you could probably talk about. It floated up and laughed at me. It was bright like the moon in the snow. That's truly a ro- romantic scene in a way. If did it give off something creepy or inspiring or just weird? What did it give off to you? Interesting. I'm sitting here saying it's romantic or something like that. Yeah, a thing floating in the air laughing is weird. Yeah, like the alien brain of the Timu Sheen brain I have. Yeah, that's like really disturbing to see in the woods or like that in the snow. Arun said, and the other thing is that there's no way I can explain the other than to tell people I saw it for real. Okay, I got you. Got you. Yeah, the woods can be filled with lots of weird things and ghosts and stuff like that. The daughter asked you if you made it up. Okay. Okay. Sometimes these paranormal entities can appear in people's lives over and over again in different ways. You know, they definitely are attract. Sometimes people experience it multiple times. 'Cause, yeah, it's very spooky. It's like mysterious. It's like it's not good or bad. It is the deer thing. Right. The only thing I forgot to tell you guys was to look a picture you could see was the lights on the UFO. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. 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 It would. That's all you'd be able to see anyway, because it's just a bright thing. That's what it is. So yeah, it's a very disturbing thing to find in the woods like that. And definitely. So I just saw a weird picture of a field completely lit up by something with 60 lights. Yeah. And a lot of times what they will do is they like to cause So that is what they would see. You would see this thing, like sometimes they want to scare people. That's what those UFOs want to do. They sometimes want to freak people out, basically. No. Thank you, Raccoon, for telling me your story about the different encounters you had. I appreciate it. Also, prayers about your health, everything is working properly. Yeah. Okay, checking this. Let's see. Scared. Okay, let's do this. Okay, now this point in time, go here. Okay, there we go. Let's go this way. Okay, so at this point in time, we are going to be ending the stream now. And Raccoon and everybody else that was here, thank you for telling us about your alien encounters and opinions about it. It's nice to meet all the new people. And we'll be seeing you all on the next one. All right. And peace.